Hey, Humo soldiers. I am rebooting a true crime podcast I began long ago called Children of the Void. Children of the Void explores missing child cases and cases about children who were found murdered that are rife with suspicious conduct among the child's inner circle and unanswered questions regarding the potential perpetrator. I will be co-hosting the show with Bonnie Lee, who is also the host of Writing About Crime. The first few episodes of Children of the Void are still available on all download platforms, as well as on YouTube. The new episodes will be released in late November of 2022. Please subscribe and look out for the new releases. Thank you and enjoy the show. Welcome to Human Monsters. Lawrence Larry Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He was remembered as an awkward and quiet boy. He was passionate about track and field. Part of his motivation was to impress and elicit the approval of his older brother, Mike, who was the school's first student athletic trainer. Mike was instrumental in persuading Larry to join him in this pursuit. They were self-taught experts on first aid and took on the responsibilities of tending to the injuries of all the school athletes. Larry was so devoted to his duties that he went as far as to develop a football helmet that would be easier to remove in the event of an injury. When his older sister, Lynn, invited Larry and his brother to watch one of her classical dance classes, Larry took note of how the dancers did their stretching routines and taught the same techniques to the athletes he was treating. He would eventually specialize in treating gymnasts. Larry decided to enroll in classes at University of Michigan because he wished to major in kinesiology, the study of how bodies move. It is essential to anybody who intends to become a sports doctor. He balanced his academic duties with hands-on experience treating gymnasts and other athletes on campus in Ann Arbor. He finished his degree in 1985 and moved to Detroit, where he worked on a master's degree in athletic training at Wayne State University. While at Wayne State, he worked on a voluntary basis under the supervision of Hall of Fame coach Steve Whitlock. Whitlock oversaw the efforts of gymnastics team the Acronauts. Whitlock was first approached by Nassar at his gym inside a Bloomfield Hills strip mall. Nassar was still in high school at the time and expressed an interest in learning about the kind of medical care gymnasts needed. The most talented and competitive gymnasts, those with aspirations to win awards, compete at the Olympics, and win scholarships, are members of club gyms. The typical female gymnast reaches the prime of her career in adolescence. Girls as young as 3 or 4 years old join gymnastics clubs, but there are no participation trophies in these clubs. It's a cutthroat, dog-eat-dog environment, and the coaches discard the chaff to emphasize the wheat with considerable ruthlessness. Tears and angry parents do not elicit second chances in these elite clubs. The most gifted and ambitious of these girls will spend a minimum of 6 days a week training when they are in junior high. Naturally, the coaches become the gatekeepers to higher levels of success, and as each club becomes smaller due to the ejection of those who are not up to snuff, the community becomes smaller and very close-knit. Sometimes all it takes is one rock star gymnast to catapult a small club into the big time. When this happens, the club attracts more gifted athletes. Steve Whitlock's techniques of nurturing gymnastic talent had paid off handsomely, which is why Larry Nassar chose to align himself with his gym during his graduate studies. Whitlock recommended Nassar to Jack Rockwell, who was the U.S. national team trainer. Whitlock informed Rockwell that Nassar would be highly useful in the role of providing medical care for the athletes who competed at regional and national events. Gymnastics is hard on the body. Injuries are inevitable. 100% of participants will be injured at some point in their gymnastics career. Nassar's knowledge, skill, and passion for the profession made him an asset. Nassar was excited by the offer and accepted the position without hesitation. In his spare time, he came up with inventions he wished to test at the gym. For instance, he built a device that cooled the chalk the girls used for their grip. Cooler chalk adhered to the hands more and provided extra relief went to their palms when they were torn open by repetitions on uneven bars. He also created synthetic glove-like skin to prevent the tearing. He developed a set of braces for the ankles, which performed the function of decreasing the wear and tear from rigid dismounts and hard landings. He called the braces the Nassar system. When these innovations were proven as successful in the area of injury prevention, Nassar took out advertisements in popular gymnastics magazines. They featured Olympic gymnastics coaches saying things like, "The best ankle brace I have ever used for training." Nassar's profile in the field led to a great deal of recognition, and he was invited to treat gymnasts competing in the Pan American Games and the U.S. Gymnastics Olympic trials. The coaches and other doctors were grateful for his presence, partially because he was volunteering. The less money they had to spend, the better. Nassar was keen on learning from experienced physicians, so it was also rewarding on his end. After these experiences, Nassar returned to Michigan as a premier gymnastics doctor in the state. He was the first go-to Mr. Fix-It every coach had in mind when a gymnast was injured. He furthered his studies by studying osteopathy, the branch of medicine that emphasizes the treatment of injuries by manually manipulating and massaging the body. He studied the specialty at Michigan State's College of Osteopathic Medicine. It was one of the top osteopathic programs in the country. John Geddert was a high school and university level gymnast who had turned to training girls in the sport. He accepted a position coaching at the Great Lakes Gymnastics Club in Lansing, Michigan. The club was started by Paula and Don Hartwick with the vision of creating a club where their own daughters and other children could enjoy gymnastics in an environment that was inclusive, positive, and fun-focused. This was all well and good, but John Geddert's focus was on winning. By summer of 1988, under the supervision of John Geddert, the gym relocated to a better facility. He hired several assistant coaches and went about the business of building an all-star gymnastics team. Geddert's coaching style was not dissimilar to that of a Marine drill instructor, but he got results. Other clubs in the region were intimidated by the Great Lakes gymnasts, who reliably won awards at competitions. Under Geddert's direction, dozens of girls became state champions and won scholarships. The club became so popular they attracted even more star-level talent and had to expand their facilities to accommodate more students. Another asset was the addition of Larry Nassar, who would be available at all times to treat the students when injured. Nassar agreed to work on a voluntary basis at the outset. Management set aside a space for his training table. A large metal gate separated the room from the abandoned hallway adjacent to this space. The only way to access the makeshift clinic was through two large brown doors with noisy push bars. This way, Nassar was sure to know whenever somebody was coming. Nassar arrived for work each day with a large trainer's bag. It contained rolls of medical tape, lotions, and bottles of pills. He invested 20 hours a week in treating the gymnasts. Nassar told the girls to call him Larry. He would wait hours for a gymnast to enter the room for treatment. Sometimes he would go to the gym to offer input on the endurance training circuits. He often brought a camera with him, taking photos of visible injuries, but also of the girls in their leotards. He told everybody he was documenting the gymnasts' activities as part of his field studies. He was invited to treat the members of the American and Soviet teams as they took a post-Olympic tour across America. He was so eager to attend to the gymnasts on the tour that he convinced a professor to let him write a test early. At this point, he was spending so much time with the gymnasts, he was missing valuable lessons at school. He even failed biochemistry. It did not persuade him to reduce his time with the gymnasts. His devotion to the world of competitive gymnastics was total, so much so that the administrators of his program at Michigan State withdrew him from the program, insisting that he was not focused enough. His career as an osteopath was dead in the water. John Geddert and Jack Rockwell wrote letters to the dean, and Nassar got a second chance. Geddert and Rockwell promised that they would not allow Nassar to neglect his studies. However, nothing could keep Larry away from the gymnasts. There was a gymnastics boom in the country. Following the 1984 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles, membership in gymnastics clubs nationwide expanded from 40,542 to 63,485 by 1987. The sport had never been so popular in the history of American athletics. There was no way Larry Nassar was going to miss getting swept up in the tide. By the 1990s, the Great Lakes Gymnastics Club was a force to be reckoned with. The same could have been said of John Geddert, and not always in the context of flattery. He had a short temper and had a lack of fear of expressing it. He intimidated many, including coaches, parents, and his students. He would throw clipboards at his students when their performances did not meet his standards. His loud, booming voice rained expletives down on any girl who made a mistake, even at practice. He hollered often, and it was enough to silence everybody in the gym. It was painful and stressful for the athletes, though it did get the desired results. So much for the fun-focused environment. His assistant coaches would tell the girls to remain out of his purview as much as possible on days when he was more irritable than usual. The girls were divided by age and skill level and received coaching from assistant coaches who would provide extra training to work on development in areas where they came up short. None of the other coaches were as ruthless as Geddert. His specialty was the uneven bars. According to the girls, he would make them practice until their hands bled and they ran out of strength, leaving them unable to hoist themselves up. When it was time to stretch, he would lean all his weight on their petite bodies and pull their limbs so hard they were nearly dislocated. Often when he did this, the girls would cry from the excruciating pain. He would examine their form during crunchers, an exercise where they laid on their backs and lifted all limbs in the air to strengthen their abs. If he found one girl wasn't tightening her glutes to his satisfaction, he would step on the area of her buttocks that weren't tight enough and push it against the floor. He would say, "Looks like we've got a flat tire." He pressed his foot so hard it left bruises that remained on their hips for days. Some of the girls remembered him sitting beside them and slapping their legs so hard it left a handprint. To quote Heather Berry, one of his athletes, "I would literally have his handprints on the side of my leg, just because he could." Barry was an elite gymnast who went on to compete in university. Barry was kicked out of practice by John Geddert on a number of occasions. The reasons he gave included such trivialities, like he didn't like the way her hair looked. The first time she wore a bra to the gym, he snapped her strap. It was done in front of the other girls, as if it hadn't already been humiliating. At one point, Geddert decided the girls would switch from black leotards to white. He told Heather Barry she should start going to tanning salons to look better in the new uniform. The other gymnasts worried about the change in color of uniform because it might make them look a few pounds heavier, something that was sure to provoke considerable wrath from John Geddert. Speaking of weight, Geddert would embarrass and punish girls who had gained a couple of pounds. He put them on strict diets. Some of the girls reported years later that if one of the girls was eating something he did not allow, he would make her clean the gym's bathrooms with a toothbrush. Still, Mr. Hyde could present a Dr. Jekyll when he felt he could benefit from doing so. As former Great Lakes gymnast Trinia Gonzar put it, "The bad was really bad, but the good was really good." Every girl was required by Geddert to give him a hug before leaving the gym at the end of practice. To ensure he stayed on the good side of parents, he would crack a joke and flash a devil-may-care smile. He was known by everybody, including the gymnasts, for chasing skirt. Whenever they traveled to other cities, Geddert's hotel room would be vacant because he was out looking for sexual conquests. To quote Heather Barry, "You would have to be nuts not to know." It was well known about his extracurricular activities. A gymnast named Shelby Root was interviewed for a 2019 book called The Girls. She first met John Geddert in 1985 at the age of 16 at the Great Lakes Club. He elevated her ability and standing in gymnastics to the point where she earned a university athletics scholarship. She also described how Geddert groomed her into a series of physical encounters that ranged from the inappropriate to the overtly sexual. Once, when she was 18 years old and no longer under his tutelage, he accompanied her to a gymnastics tournament out of state, a place where she was not competing. She relayed an encounter she had with Geddert that occurred in the hotel's swimming pool. "I remember he eventually had me with my back against the pool wall, and he was in front of me, one arm on each side, and he kissed me for the first time. I remember being surprised and not sure how to react, and I went along with it. He moved my bathing suit bottom over to the side and proceeded to have sex with me. It was my first time, so I didn't have any experience and wasn't sure how to respond." Geddert was married at the time, with children, and 11 years older. Shelby had just had her braces removed the previous year. She fell in love with Geddert and had sex with him after she started her studies in university. She studied at the University of Iowa and later at Central Michigan University, where Geddert coached. Shelby's mother had her suspicions at the time. As she put it, "I suspected a sexual relationship. The sexual nature was not discussed, but as a mom, I knew." Years later, in a Facebook message, Geddert admitted to, quote, "past indiscretions." He said they occurred while he and his wife were separated for 3 years. He didn't mention Shelby Root in the message. During this time, Geddert would often go out for a beer with his close and loyal friend, Larry Nassar. Nassar's approach to interacting with the girls was the polar opposite to Geddert's. The girls remembered him as an awkward nebbish. He was always eager to offer a kind word or help out in any way he could. He told inappropriate jokes sometimes, but he would blush as he did so. He was just not possessed of the machismo, hubris, and intensity of John Geddert. Nassar wore undersized track shorts and oversized glasses. As a gymnast named Laura Sispansky Scudder put it, He was a big dork, honestly. He was goofy, but he was somebody you learned to trust very quickly. A lot of things changed as he was in the gym more. He made it a little more tolerable. You went to him when you needed something. Nassar came to be viewed as a hero of the girls. While John Geddert forced them into activities that led to injuries, Nassar was always there to patch them up and restore them to their former glory. He was softly spoken and armed with a smile. Sometimes he would give a chocolate bar to a girl who had a rough day at practice. There was nothing like threats and insults issued by John Geddert to damage a girl's morale. Nassar would apply lotions through massage and sometimes even give them pain-killing medications. He was not a licensed physician yet, so he could not personally write prescriptions. If a girl's family couldn't afford prescription painkillers, he would ask another family if they could spare a few. He would give girls who weighed less than 100 pounds 9 Advil pills a day. He would give other pills without telling them what they were. They trusted him, so they didn't suspect anything. When these pills were not adequate to stave off the discomfort, he would administer cortisone injections. Heather Berry was given a shot of Toradol, a highly potent painkiller. It is not recommended for use on pediatric patients. Complications include peptic ulcers and gastrointestinal bleeding. She received the shot in 1994 when she was due to compete with an injured ankle. 2 years later, she was admitted to hospital for treatment of a stomach full of ulcers. The ankle got worse, since instead of treating it, Nassar only relieved her of the pain. Nassar also provided emotional support, even going as far as to accompany the girls when they needed surgery. Meanwhile, he was conscientious in school. One of his mentors was a professor named Dr. Philip Greenman, who became a leader in the field. He published a series of videos that were highly influential in the field of osteopathy. One technique he demonstrated involved manual treatment of the pelvic region. Nassar focused on this treatment almost to the exclusion of all others. However, there was no value in doing so. As one of his classmates, Stephen Karaginas, put it, "I thought it was helpful, but there are a lot of other techniques that were helpful." Nassar ran with it. He approached Dr. Greenman so he could provide as much insight as he had gathered on manual treatments and manipulations of the pelvic region. Later, Nassar wrote in a letter to his superiors that Dr. Greenman suggested to him that he focus on a large and rough ligament that stretches from the pelvis to the lower back underneath the gluteal muscles. Nassar would go on to classify this region as the, quote, grand junction of the body. Manipulated with a technique called myofascial release, a specialist could solve several problems occurring in other areas of the anatomy. The fact that he would be practicing this technique on preteen and adolescent girls didn't dissuade him. When giving presentations on the technique, he would refer to the perineum as the no-fly zone. He did point out that the practitioner should ask for permission to treat the area and put on gloves. He informed Karaginas that his patients were always treated with their clothes on, and he didn't do internal work on the gymnasts. Both declarations proved to be outright lies, as time would tell. When Karaginas asked Nassar if he was concerned about the possibility of patients becoming indignant or uncomfortable during the procedure, he laughed off these issues. He would say that the health benefits outweighed the possibility of backlash. When Nassar began practicing this method at Great Lakes, the girls seldom questioned his motives behind taking that approach, assuming that it was done for their benefit, just like most medical procedures that cause discomfort, like receiving an inoculation. Nassar invested more time and energy into building trust with the girls in his charge. He talked John Geddert into altering the nutrition plans he created for the girls in favor of diets that were richer in nutrition. He would also advise him to reduce the severity of the practice drills so that the girls would be less likely to be injured. He would even discuss their personal problems with them and offer advice. He conducted complete physicals. He would prescribe a treatment if their maturation throughout the onset of puberty was delayed or obstructed. He became a mentor and friend. He would even go as far as to make house calls. He would sometimes invite the girls and their parents to his apartment. Larry Nassar began to gradually but surely push boundaries during the medical examinations and treatments. One gymnast recalled him unfastening her bra as she lay in the prone position on the table. He gave her several massages, and she said it was customary for him to remove layers of her clothing. Nassar would move his hands incrementally but surely, inch by inch, toward her vagina while treating her pelvis and hips. Former Great Lakes gymnast Sarah Turisti recalled that he would rub ice cubes on her bare chest while treating an injury. She had injured her rib cage. He applied the ice first over her leotard, but eventually her upper body would be exposed, and he would pass ice over her breasts and other areas of her torso. Bizarrely, he would turn around after these so-called treatments and demand that she put her clothes back on in a hurry and leave the room. He was angry all of a sudden, and she couldn't understand where it came from, but she did notice a musty smell in the room. She later assumed it was a lingering byproduct of him ejaculating between patients. Turisti noticed that sometimes John Geddert would come into the training room while Nassar was icing her chest, including the nipples. As she recalled, they would stand there and have a conversation right in front of me. John would joke about how small my tits were. He said if I was lucky, they would get bigger. Towels were hung over the glass windows on the doors that separated the examination room from the gym. Nassar became bolder with the liberties he was taking with the girls. When touching them in the genital region, his hands would linger, or he would touch them in ways that made them feel violated. Because they trusted him, they assumed he wasn't doing it to gratify himself. When he treated girls in his apartment, he ventured much further beyond the forbidden zone. Sarah Klein visited Larry Nassar's modest one-bedroom apartment around this time. She was about 12 or 13 years old. Her mother counted Nassar among her closest friends. He called up several of the mothers and asked them for their permission to conduct experiments on the girls for his studies, and they didn't object. The girls held him in such high regard they felt honored to be his guinea pigs. By this point, Larry Nassar had become a master in the art of grooming, staring at the parents and working his way to the girls in his crosshairs. When Sarah Klein arrived at Nassar's apartment for one of these sessions, he told her he wanted to get a sense of the contrast in the flexibility of cold muscles compared to that of warm muscles. He kept a log of these case studies in a notebook. He started by asking her to do some center splits. She lay in the prone position with her torso and chin pressed flat against the carpet. She pushed her legs out at a 180-degree angle. Nassar crouched between her with ruler in hand to measure how high her crotch hovered above the floor. After documenting this in his notebook, he led her to his bathroom. The tub was filled with warm water. He told her he would leave the room as she disrobed and submerged herself in the water. She soaked in the water for 30 minutes, which Nassar kept track of with an egg timer. He stopped by once, making a display about casting his eyes upward. He giggled and said, "I'm not peeking." He gave her a gymnastics magazine to read during the rest of the half hour. All the other girls who participated in this experiment, some with leotards and some nude, noted that Nassar would disappear somewhere for about 20 minutes. Once that period was over, Nassar had her return to the living room and resume her position in the splits as before. He measured the distance between her crotch and the floor and entered the data in his log. Now came time for her reward, that being a massage. Nassar had Sarah remove her clothes, and he covered her with a bed sheet. He massaged her body head to toe. Along the way, he penetrated her vagina with his fingers. Sarah Turisti recalled an incident at Nassar's apartment she repressed for decades. He locked the door of the apartment and ordered her to go into his bedroom and lie down on the bed. Nassar entered the room and performed oral sex on her. Having finished with that, he sodomized her. She was so traumatized by this experience, she left the Great Lakes Club and never saw or spoke to Larry Nassar again. 30 years later, she reported the rape to police and to the Michigan Attorney General's office. He was getting bolder in his attacks, advancing from molestation to rape. As Sarah Klein put it, looking back now, I think that what Larry was trying to figure out was, can I really get away with sexually abusing little girls? Jamie Dantzscher was a 12-year-old upstart in the world of gymnastics. Since before she was 5 years old, she dreamed of becoming successful enough as a gymnast to make the Olympic team. She met Larry Nassar in 1994. She remembers being examined by him as she lay in the nude. He had become a licensed physician the year before, reinforcing his credibility among the parents, their daughters, and the upper echelons of the gymnastics world. There was no chaperone in the room. She was under enormous pressure not only to improve and win, but she was told she was fat and adhered to a strict diet, despite being less than 100 pounds. Professional gymnastics has nothing to do with fun. Nassar would sneak her candy and other junk food. He would criticize the coaches who were most inclined to give harsh evaluations. This was a comfort to her. Eventually, their conversations took on a sexual tone. He would describe oral sex techniques. He told her that other gymnasts had given blowjobs. Jamie was still a virgin, so she wasn't prepared for this intel. She dismissed it all as small talk. When Jamie was 15 years old, she developed a urinary tract infection. She was originally from California, and her doctor there asked her if she was sexually active. She said she wasn't, but her mother wasn't buying it. She said, "Don't lie." Jamie said, "Who am I having sex with?" She may not have been having vaginal sex, but Dr. Nassar inserted his ungloved fingers into her vagina and rectum so many times it became routine. She trusted him, so she didn't think of it as sexual abuse. She assumed it was done for the sake of her continued good health. Her parents made tremendous sacrifices, many of them financial, so she could train to be a professional gymnast. This, combined with the pressure and criticisms volleyed at her by her coaches, had sucked all the enjoyment out of gymnastics for her. To top it all off, her doctor was touching her inappropriately. Reflecting on that period of her life, she said, "I'd rather die than quit or do gymnastics." She kept her pain a secret for years. Karolyi Ranch was a sleepaway camp for gymnasts to undergo a period of training more intensive than usual. Bela Karolyi was a brutal tyrant and taskmaster, sometimes pushing the girls so hard his conduct bordered on abusive. He could certainly be verbally abusive. If any girl appeared to be gaining weight, he would call her fat, telling her she was an elephant. He once smacked a girl on her behind because he noticed that she had gained a couple of pounds. On many occasions, his coaching led to debilitating injuries that forced some girls to resign from the sport due to constant pain. Larry Nassar treated the girls in a room at the end of a dorm-style building, a room that was referred to by the gymnasts as, quote, the end room. It served as a makeshift examination room for Nassar. It was where he treated the girls for injuries. It was also where he sexually abused many of the gymnasts. Maddie Larson was one of his victims. At the age of 14, she developed intense pain in her hips. She felt it most acutely in her pelvic region. When examining this condition, Nassar told Larson she was, quote-unquote, butt dumb. In Nassar's speak, it meant that her glutes were not firing properly, necessitating internal treatment to, quote-unquote, adjust her. Part of Nassar's approach was to stick his fingers in her vagina for a minimum of 10 minutes. He would start while she lay on her back and finish while she reclined in the prone position. Larson recalls by the end of the session, Nassar would be perspiring, with his breathing labored. Worst of all, he would be pressing his body against hers. He would say, "How do you feel? Better?" Larson said, out of a feeling of obligation or courtesy, "Yep." The truth was, she felt anything but comfortable. She felt violated and tainted by his conduct. Other girls at the camp had a comparable experience. Even when they required treatment for areas like their knees or ankles, he would insist that penetrating them vaginally with his ungloved fingers was the panacea for all that ailed them. Alyssa Bauman was 15 years old when Nassar digitally penetrated her vagina for the first time in the end room. He was so brazen about this, he even did it while Debbie Van Horn, an athletic trainer for USA Gymnastics, was treating another gymnast across the room on the other table. To avoid detection, Nassar would place a towel over Bauman's midsection and finger her for several minutes. Van Horn has never publicly commented about what she was privy to regarding Larry Nassar's sexual impropriety with the girls. She refuses to do so to this day, as does her attorney. Alyssa Bauman was dying to tell the powers that be what Nassar was doing to her. She decided against it because the World Championships were approaching, and she knew nobody would take it seriously. To quote Bauman, "I knew that if I had a problem, they wouldn't care. They would just see me as an issue and go on to the next girl. I didn't want to be a problem, so I just kept it to myself." Nassar sexually abused Jamie Danshire on her bed at the ranch. He stretched her limbs as he lay on top of her, his crotch pinned against hers, pulling her legs behind her head. The first time he assaulted Jeanette Antolin was in 1997 in a New York hotel room. It was a week before the World Championships in Switzerland. She felt uneasy about Nassar's methods, but she had come so far that she didn't want to rock the boat and put her position in jeopardy. Kennedy Baker was molested by Larry Nassar just minutes before taking to the gymnastics floor at the HP Pavilion at the 2012 Olympic Trials in San Jose. She told him her Achilles tendon was causing her a great deal of pain. She said, "Can you do something?" He said, "Yeah, I'll adjust it really quick." Baker said, puzzled, "You're going to adjust it right now? In the hallway?" "Yep, we'll just do it right here." Kennedy described what happened next. "He told me to lay down, and he just basically fingered me. Then I had to go compete." Kennedy was so disturbed by this incident She fell during the second event, that being the balance beam. She finished in 8th place, negating her eligibility to join the Olympic team. She's convinced that it was because being molested by Larry Nassar left her so shaken. She didn't report the incident at the time because she didn't want to risk being removed from her team. She also trusted Nassar and didn't realize at the time that what he was doing was inappropriate and abusive. With the advent of the 2000 Olympics, Nancy Tease Marshall, a 1972 Olympian and the USA Gymnastics Vice Chair for Women, had a vision for a cohesive athlete wellness program for female gymnasts. It would be a mentoring program where women like herself would play a big sister role for the gymnasts. These women would be able to identify with the girls, knowing what it is like to have a coach who is abusive. She would have provided a voice for girls who felt they couldn't speak out. To quote Marshall, the idea was we were going to train the mentors in several of these topics that they were going to run into in interacting with their athletes. Here's what you do if. We'd all experienced the weight of being at that level. The goal was to help our current national team members not feel alone. That they could talk to somebody that had experienced the same high-level pressure. There was so much pushback from the coaches that the program was DOA. She weighed in on the possible outcome if the program had been greenlighted. If a national team member had said, "I don't feel comfortable. This is weird. He makes me feel weird." I'm confident there were former national team members that were involved in the mentoring program who, if they would have heard that, they would have acted. One of the excuses given for denying funding to the wellness program was budget cuts. Meanwhile, USA Gymnastics accrued $20 million in sponsorship revenue. Crushed by this development, Marshall said, "What's so sad for me is I feel like we were really at the threshold of building the scaffolding to put guardrails in place. And then the whole conversation changed to, how are we going to become the most dominant country in the world in this sport?" Rachel Moxon was a gymnastics hobbyist, though she was competitive. She was enrolled in Michigan State University. Larry Nassar treated her for a broken foot by, quote-unquote, checking on her alignment, which consisted of massaging her back with one hand and inserting his fingers in her vagina with the other. Her mother was in the room, but Nassar made sure to block her view of what was really going on. He told her he could resolve her hip and back problems with a technique called myofascial release. This treatment consisted of placing sustained pressure on the sheath of connective tissue around a muscle to improve the range of motion or relieve pain in the targeted area. There is no necessity for the practitioner to place their fingers inside the patient's vagina. Rachel didn't question the legitimacy of Nassar's approach because she assumed her mother could see what was going on and approved. He would refer to the patient's nether regions by using ambiguous language like down there or in their privates. Years later, during an investigation, he denied having placed his fingers inside Rachel Moxon's vagina. Rachel's appointments with Larry Nassar ended in 2001 when she was 16 years old. He told her that her foot had healed. She still had problems with her wrist, but he said he had done all he could for her. Rachel had been an outspoken member of the debate team at a politically themed summer camp, but eventually she became timid and withdrawn, especially around people she didn't know, and strange men in particular. If she stood in line at the grocery store with her mother and a man stepped into the queue, she would ask her mother to stand between her and the man. Her mother became concerned about this change in Rachel's behavior. In winter of 2002, they were washing dishes together when her mother, Camille, broached the subject of Rachel's burgeoning social anxiety. She said, "You know, honey, this has been happening for a little while now. What's going on?" Rachel was not one to mince words. She said, "I think Dr. Nassar abused me." Rachel went on to explain that she wasn't sure how much of what he did during their appointments was sexual abuse and how much of it was legitimate medical treatment. She wasn't entirely sure if his conduct was inappropriate, but she felt certain deep down that it was. She told Camille about one of her last visits. He rolled her onto her side, unhooked her bra, and massaged her breast. His explanation to both Rachel and Camille was that he was working on the muscles around her rib cage, with the objective being that he would relieve pain in her shoulders. Rachel noticed while he was massaging her breast, his eyes were closed and his face was flushed. She looked downward and saw that he had a bulge in his pants. Camille remembered the appointment in question and also noticed the bulge in Nassar's pants. At the time, she wondered if her eyes were deceiving her. Rachel decided it wouldn't be enough to submit a few anonymous complaints. Somebody would have to be up front and center in the media to raise awareness of the abuse. There was no point in submitting more complaints to Michigan State University and the governing bodies of America's gymnastics establishment, with its many governing bodies. These organizations only shielded and defended their abusive coaches and medical staff. Winning was more important to them than ensuring the safety and well-being of their winners. A sea change was afoot, and it was about to emerge as a tidal wave that would sweep the offenders offshore. Complaints about Larry Nassar's conduct emerged as early as autumn of 1997. Larissa Mitchell met with Kathy Klages to report what appeared to her to be sexual impropriety shoehorned into medical treatments. Kathy Klages had advanced from working with John Geddert to a position coaching at Michigan State. At this point, Larry Nassar had become an assistant professor and team physician at Michigan State. He was becoming a star in his own right in the gymnastics world. He had become the national medical coordinator for USA Gymnastics. Additionally, he donated some of his time to a high school team in Holt, Michigan. He had more access to girls and young women than ever, and his victims would eventually number in the hundreds. Larissa Mitchell notified a member of staff that she was uncomfortable with some of the treatment approaches she experienced with Nassar. Many of those appointments lasted an hour, which struck some as excessive. Mitchell reported to Klages that Nassar digitally penetrated her vagina. Klages responded by saying that she had known Nassar for many years, and she did not believe he would do anything to deliberately harm a patient. Klages summoned some other gymnasts into her office, girls who had also been treated by Nassar. She asked them if Nassar had ever taken liberties with them. Most of them said no. Mitchell suggested to Klages that she speak with one of Mitchell's friends, who was a couple of years younger than her. The girl was brought in and repeated what she had told Larissa, which was that Nassar also touched her in areas that made her uncomfortable. There was something about Klages' disposition that implied she was disappointed more in the girls than in Nassar. Klages summoned some older university-level gymnasts who had been treated by Nassar. They told Larissa and her friend that there was nothing wrong with the way they were treated. They managed to convince the younger girls that their conclusions about Nassar's invasive therapeutic approach must have been tainted by their own lascivious pathology. Klages notified them that they had the option to submit a formal report. She also told them it could have a significantly negative impact on their lives and Nassar's. She defended Nassar, insisting he was a good doctor and a man of upstanding character. When Klages displayed the form to Mitchell, Larissa decided against submitting it. She got up from her cross-legged position on the floor and left Klages' office. She went to a washroom and cried. She knew Nassar's behavior was inappropriate and abusive. But not only did the administration of U of M's gymnastics program not believe her, but they were protecting the predator who abused her. Kathy Klages buried this incident, telling nobody, except Larry Nassar. The next time Larissa Mitchell had an appointment with Nassar, he said, "So I talked to Kathy." He took a seat on his stool and informed her that all the techniques he applied were performed purely in the interest of treating her injuries. Larissa felt humiliated and compelled to apologize. "I'm so sorry. This is all my fault, and it was just a big misunderstanding." Textbook manipulation, and it was carried out on an institutional level. She got up on the training table where Nassar fingered her again. She later recalled that it felt more unpleasant than usual on that occasion. To quote Larissa, "It felt like he was angry with me." Christy Achenbach was a gymnast at Michigan State who had a problem with her hamstring that puzzled most physicians. Larry Nassar, who had a reputation for getting results as a specialist in sports medicine for gymnasts, was assigned to her care. At the beginning of her first appointment, Nassar told her his approach was unique and on the vanguard of osteopathic medicine. Following the appointment, Christy felt very unsettled about the treatment she received. She contacted her coach, Kelly Burt, to tell her about it. A phone call Burt later claimed she never received. Christy told her that not only did Nassar insert his fingers into her vagina to treat a problem that did not reside in the domain of gynecology, but that he didn't use latex gloves and lubricant. She said he rubbed the area around her vagina until it became lubricated with vaginal fluid. Christy knew instinctively that his approach was inappropriate, but she was so shocked and unnerved by what he was doing that she couldn't bring herself to voice objections. Kelly Burt simply told her that Nassar was an Olympic doctor and he knew what he was doing. Kelly spoke to a former patient of Nassar's, but she said she did not have a comparable experience. She reported the incident to her parents, but, like Kelly Burt, they assumed she misinterpreted a valid medical treatment for molestation. The experience was shocking for many reasons, not least of which was the fact that at the age of 21, her previous sexual experience consisted only of kissing one boy. This level of depravity was unknown to her. The first time Tiffany Thomas was molested by Larry Nassar, a graduate student athletic trainer, was in the room. Tiffany was naked from the waist down, with Nassar's fingers inside her. She looked over at the student with a look of terror on her face. The student just shrugged. Tiffany reported Larry Nassar's sexual impropriety to the supervising trainer, a woman named Destiny Technor-Hauk. Destiny told her the treatment was normal. Nobody told Tiffany otherwise until a year and a half later, in March 2000. Tiffany and her team were in Boca Raton for the Florida Atlantic Invitational Tournament. Tiffany began to experience serious back pain. Trainer Leanna Haddon accompanied the team. Tiffany asked her to treat her in a similar fashion to the way Nassar treated her when she was back home. When she mentioned the intravaginal treatments, Haddon was shocked. Haddon refused to perform such a procedure, and they got to talking about what Nassar was doing to the girls. After returning home, they approached Destiny Technor-Hauk to report Nassar's conduct. She said to them, "He does this to everyone." It was the same thing she said the year before when approached about the same issue. She went on to say the university was lucky to have him on staff. She also said that if she were uncomfortable with the nature of the treatments, she should suck it up or quit the program. Tiffany Thomas returned home, having resigned from her sport of choice, a sport she loved. Nassar hadn't healed her, and the back pain continued to be a chronic problem for her. The emotional pain would also linger. A year after Tiffany Thomas left Michigan State, Leanna Haddon encountered another student-athlete who was disturbed by Larry Nassar's actions. Her name was Jenny Rude, and she was there on a volleyball scholarship. Her father told her to, quote, punch any boy in the nose who tried to put his hands where he shouldn't. Rude was struggling to perform to her highest standard due to injuries in her shoulder, back, and legs. Her coaches and team trainer suggested that the solution could be to pay a visit to the man many teammates referred to jokingly as, quote-unquote, the crotch doc. The girls tolerated the digital penetration because he had a reputation as a miracle worker of sorts. Nassar told her he would apply pressure to the pelvic region, though he didn't specify which location. Being inexperienced with sex, Rude assumed her body would only react to sexual touching if she allowed it to. As Nassar applied the pressure, she felt discombobulated as bewilderment, fright, and humiliation came at her from every direction. Nassar talked to her throughout, as if it were something as innocuous as taking her blood pressure. Speaking about this experience, Jenny said, I remember trying to desperately understand why I couldn't control what was happening to my body. I felt like my body had just betrayed me, and I had built up such a wall of protection in my mind around Nassar that my first reaction was to question myself, to blame myself. She reported Nassar's conduct to Leanna Haddon, who asked her some follow-up questions, including whether Jenny considered what he did to be a crime. She was unsure, so she dropped the matter for the moment. She resolved to herself that she would never again allow Nassar to touch her in ways that made her uncomfortable. In fall of 2004, Meridian Township detectives spent 2 weeks investigating a report submitted by a 17-year-old girl regarding a sexual assault perpetrated by Larry Nassar. The report was submitted by Brianne Randall. Her first visit to Nassar's office was uneventful. Her mother and a medical student were in the room. After examining her, he recommended treatment by a physical therapist. She returned a month later, on September 16th, for a follow-up appointment. Without a latex glove and lubricant, Nassar aggressively rubbed his hand on her vagina and breast. The next day, Brianne and her mother reported the incident to the police and completed a rape kit at the hospital. Nassar was interviewed by Detective Andrew McCready 2 weeks later. He showed up with some literature and a PowerPoint slideshow to explain the methodology of pelvic floor adjustments. He said it was a medically appropriate procedure and its legitimacy was backed up by medical journals and training videos. McCready totally dropped the ball on this one. He summarized his conversation with Nassar in 6 sentences. He didn't record the interview or make extensive notes. He watched the slideshow but did not read medical journals on the topic. He didn't interview any medical experts to ask about the validity and effectiveness of the treatment. His excuse was that his department didn't have the budget and time to consult with expert witnesses. He didn't note differences between what Brianne Randall told him and the way Nassar described his technique. He didn't mention Randall's report that Nassar had also fondled her breast, a significant detail. He didn't bother to contact anybody at Michigan State to see if Nassar received any other complaints. He didn't even refer the case to prosecutors. He had handled 14 sexual misconduct cases throughout his career. The other 13 were sent to the prosecutor's office for review. It got worse. After speaking with Nassar, he spoke to Brianne's mother and told her that what happened to her daughter was a medical procedure. Brianne's mother noted the fact that Nassar was not wearing gloves while touching her genitalia in a private room alone with a 17-year-old girl. McCready wrote in his report that he told Mrs. Randall that there was no way to prove if Nassar wore gloves in the room. Mrs. Randall confronted Nassar face to face. He told her that her daughter wasn't as comfortable with her body as many of the athletes he treated, though he conceded that her complaint had, quote-unquote, some merit. Years later, Detective McCready said he was fooled by Nassar's lies. The police department issued a formal apology to Brianne. She was invited to provide input on an improved method of investigating sexual assault allegations. McCready later conceded that it was a major misstep and that it was, quote, not my best work. Kathy Klages, Kelly Burt, Leanna Haddon, and Destiny Technor Hulk all claimed to have completely forgotten their conversations with girls who reported Nassar's sexual impropriety. Kyle Stevens was a 6th grade graduate when a friend told her she was touched inappropriately by a cousin. As her friend described the incident, Kyle realized she had experienced something similar. She decided to report the incident to her mother, though it took about 2 weeks to summon the nerve. She was nervous because her parents held the offender in high regard. Indeed, her mother helped him select his house when he was in the market. They visited many times. There were regular get-togethers with Larry Nassar on Sundays. With her mother standing in the doorway to her bedroom, she said, "Mom, when Larry rubs my feet, he rubs them on his penis." One standard of the evenings in Larry's house was when he would volunteer to check up on the kids, who would be playing in the finished basement. Among the rooms in the basement was one set up for Larry, dubbed the clinical room. It contained a training table, shelves of medical tape and lotions, and a cache of medical records. If he couldn't fit a girl into his schedule at the university, he would treat her there. Larry would play hide and seek with Kyle in the basement. He would see her hiding, but act as if he didn't know where she was. He would remain in that spot and pull his fly down and expose his penis. He would apply some lotion and masturbate in full view of her. These incidents happened long before she was in 6th grade. At the age of 6, she was told by him as he held his penis in his hand, "If you ever want to see it or touch it, just ask." Nassar became more and more brazen during these visits. He would sit next to her on the couch, watching movies as her brother Eric sat out of view. Nassar would pull her feet onto his lap and massage them. Meanwhile, his penis was exposed, and he rubbed it against her. One day he slid his hand into her shorts and fingered her. Instead of believing her, her parents told her that her story was far-fetched and difficult to believe. They hired a psychologist at Michigan State named Gary Stolick, assuming that Kyle was the one with the problem. Dr. Stolick invited Kyle's parents and Larry Nassar to meet with him in his home office so that Nassar could be confronted about the allegations. Nassar denied that there was any wrongdoing on his part. He could not provide medical explanations for what happened in the basement regarding the indecent exposure and molestation. Her parents had seen him massage Kyle's feet. It was his word against that of a 12-year-old girl, and her parents and Dr. Stolick chose to side with Nassar. Kyle was not present at this meeting. When her parents returned home, they accused her of lying and told her it wasn't right to tell a lie about such a serious issue. Nassar was there at the time. They asked her to apologize to him. Kyle refused. Nassar said to her, "No one should ever do that to you. If anyone ever does that to you, You should tell someone. Kyle's parents continued to send her for treatment with Dr. Stolick. Kyle now felt uncomfortable about being alone in a room with an adult male. As a mandated reporter, Stolick was required by law to report Kyle's allegations to authorities. There is no record of him having done so. He told a judge years later that he had no memory of having Kyle as a client. He claimed a stroke obliterated much of what he remembered from his career. Kyle's relationship with her father got worse and worse during the time she was counseled by Dr. Stolick. If she ever contradicted him on a subject, he would call her a liar and remind her that she had falsely accused a good friend. He was always snapping at her. He continued to order her to apologize to Nassar. She refrained from doing so for an entire year, and throughout that period, her father would not relent. One day after that year had elapsed, he put his face an inch away from hers and said, "You need to tell the truth, or I'm going to make your life a living hell." These experiences piled more trauma on top of what Nassar had put her through. The stress of the expectation of clearing Nassar's name became too much for her to bear. One day her father said, "So, are you ready to tell the truth then?" "Yep." "So, you were lying then?" Kyle said, through gritted teeth, "Yep." Rachel Moxon struggled for many years with people as she found it difficult to trust anyone. She always wondered if kind words and acts of generosity were interwoven into grooming efforts. She always felt like the other shoe would drop and she would find out there was an ulterior motive beneath it all. When the 2008 Beijing Olympics began, Larry Nassar was profiled in the Lansing State Journal. The headline referred to him as Team USA's Dream Builder. The article espoused his miraculous ability to treat injuries so quickly before competitions. If only they had known it was all a ruse so he could molest girls and dope them up with painkillers instead of actually treating the injuries, which, in most cases, only got worse over time due to neglect. Many girls who went to Nassar for treatment performed with broken legs, often for weeks at a time. Due to this approach, many of the injuries led to permanent disabilities of varied degrees of severity. Gymnasts pushed their bodies beyond their limits, and there was a time when the coaches believed that these limits should not even be acknowledged. Other osteopaths would have recommended surgery for many of Nassar's patients. No pelvic floor adjustment was going to correct a fractured vertebra, especially when the entrance point of treatment was the vagina. The girls were being both sexually abused and cheated out of effective medical care. In the Lansing State Journal interview, John Geddert lauded Larry Nassar's treatment methods. To quote Geddert, "Most doctors that don't know the sport will simply tell you to get off of it, rest, get out of the gym. That wastes very valuable time, especially when you're dealing with national caliber athletes who can't afford to take time off." Kathy Klages was quoted as saying Nassar was the, quote, "most amazing doctor I've met in my entire lifetime." The president of USA Gymnastics at the time, Steve Penny, said Nassar was an important part of the team who, quote, "can be trusted and has their best interests in mind." With these glowing reviews as a backdrop, Nassar won over a dozen Contributor of the Year awards at the state, regional, and national level. By 2011, John Geddert was the most decorated gymnastics coach in the history of Michigan. He had coached over 20 U.S. national team members at his prestigious Twist Stars USA Gymnastics Club. The club was formed after he left Great Lakes Gymnastics. At the time, his most promising athlete was Jordan Weber. She had won the American Cup. Many gymnasts who achieve this feat go on to become Olympians. Meanwhile, John Geddert was dealing with police investigations. His hair-trigger temper continued to get the best of him. He was dogged by several allegations of assault and battery, as witnessed at Twistars. Any glimpse of imperfection in his gymnasts would elicit his vindictive wrath. The first incident involved a parent in November 2011. Following a heated argument after a practice at night with a mother, he followed the woman into the parking lot, screaming expletives at her. He called her white trailer trash. He stepped on her foot and bumped her with his chest to keep her from leaving. In October 2013, he brought 11-year-old gymnast Michaela Johnson to the locker room and stepped on her foot to keep her from running away, while he screamed at her. He grabbed her arm and twisted it. He pushed her into a wall and onto a bench. Once he was done physically abusing her, he made her do conditioning drills in the gym. When her grandmother Jacqueline went to pick her up, Geddert was patrolling the gym with what appeared to be a threatening mien. Michaela told Jacqueline what Geddert put her through. Jacqueline persuaded her to submit a police report the next day. Geddert received a visit from 2 state troopers. He admitted that she, quote, got her ass chewed, but he denied stomping on her foot. He said he only grabbed her arm to guide her to a chair and demonstrated a motion that was not forceful. One of the troopers asked if it was normal for him to touch the girls that way, and if he had any permission whatsoever to touch them in any way. Unable to comprehend that anybody would consider him to be wrong about anything, Geddert said, "Is this something I need to call a lawyer on?" With his career and reputation at risk of crumbling, Geddert turned to Larry Nassar for help. Nassar sent Michaela a series of text messages wherein he begged her not to press charges against Geddert. From that exchange, just ask to drop it. If you are not 100% sure you want to close John's gym and have him banned from USAG for the rest of his life, having the police come to his house was a huge lesson for John already. If you are able to tell the prosecuting attorney that you want to drop the case, it would go a long way for sure. Remember, this is not just about John, but also affects every family at the gym. If John makes changes, everyone wins. If John is banned from gymnastics, solo, many people are affected. I have nothing to gain by being deceitful and everything to lose. My life is about honesty and trust, or there is not a single person that would see me. John just sent a policy out that from now on, all staff members are not to be allowed to be with a gymnast alone and not allowed to be in any room without the door being open. There is no record of such a policy being established and enforced. John Geddert was never charged in the 2011 and 2013 investigations. Following the 2013 investigation, the Eaton County prosecuting attorney ordered him to undergo counseling. There was an extensive history of gymnasts reporting Geddert to the police for incidents of physical abuse. In 1986, a teenage male alleged that Geddert pushed him down a staircase and kicked him in the back. Geddert denied it, saying he merely escorted the boy out of class for being disruptive. It is unclear how much Geddert knew about Nassar's sexual impropriety. One girl suspected he did, as reflected in her report. All I remember is Nassar doing the treatment on me with his fingers in my vagina, massaging my back with a towel over my butt, and John walking in and making a joke that I guess my back really did hurt. One former Twistars gymnast told police that in 1998, her mother filed a report about inappropriate touching by Nassar. Geddert, quote, arranged for the gymnast not to see Nassar again for one-on-one treatments, but took no further action. Geddert's fearsome temper and inclination toward bullying and intimidating, vengeful behavior left his colleagues and athletes reluctant to report his abusive conduct. Speaking about how this dovetailed with Nassar's abusive treatment of the girls, Priscilla Kintai, who knew Geddert for over 35 years, said, "John and Larry were like this perfect storm. You become so unapproachable that your own gymnasts don't feel comfortable telling you what's going on. There's no way any of the girls would have felt comfortable saying anything to John about Nassar. Kids were terrified of him." John Geddert accompanied Jordan Weber as her coach at the World Championships in Tokyo. The London Olympics was a month away. It was a career high point for Geddert. Weber would win a gold medal at the Olympics. He was also the head coach of the women's artistic program. Professionally, things didn't get better than this for a gymnastics coach. While he was in Tokyo, one of Jordan Weber's teammates, Michaela Maroney, opened up about the sexual abuse she suffered at Larry Nassar's hands. She was 15 years old at the time. Nassar had been sexually assaulting her since she was 13. Nassar had fingered her on many occasions. She got the feeling that he developed an unhealthy emotional attachment to her. Nassar gave her a sleeping pill for the flight. She was still groggy when she got to the hotel. She remembers being alone with Nassar in her room. She described the evening in question as, quote, "the scariest night of my life." She recalled being naked and sobbing on her bed with Nassar on top of her. He fingered her and rubbed his erect penis against her. Michaela Maroney's mother said at Nassar's trial, as part of her victim impact statement, "This experience has shattered Michaela. She has transformed from a bubbly, positive, loving, world-class athlete into a young adult who was deeply depressed, at times suicidal. At times, I was unsure whether I would open her bedroom door and find her dead." In Tokyo, after a training session, Maroney and 3 other teammates were being driven back to their hotel. John Geddert was in the vehicle. It was around that time that Michaela realized that there was nothing medical or scientific about Nassar's treatment. She was just being sexually assaulted. In the middle of the ride, she blurted out, "Last night, Larry was fingering me." Years later, when Michaela went public with the allegations, she received an angry text from John Geddert in which he insisted he didn't hear what she said. As for John Geddert's legacy, Jordan Weber has mixed feelings, though the bad outweigh the good. He took her to tremendous heights in gymnastics, but his behavior in the gym was often reprehensible. When asked if she would want her own daughter to be coached by Geddert, she said, "No. Just because I don't think he's a good person. I think part of why I was able to have success with him as my coach was because I was able to separate him as a person and him as a coach. I thought he was a good coach for me, specifically, but I know that he's not a good person." She has said that she is unaware if Geddert knew Larry Nassar was sexually abusing the girls. During the London Olympics, 5 American gymnasts, who were known as the Fab Five, Aly Raisman, Michaela Maroney, Jordan Weber, Gabby Douglas, and Kyla Ross, were staying in the same townhouse. Nassar had set up tables in a TV room to use it as a makeshift examination room. She was alone with Nassar in the room when she texted both Raisman and Weber a message that read, "Larry has his fingers all the way inside me. Come down and rescue me." Raisman and Weber immediately went to the room and sat on the couches. They did so in hopes that Nassar would stop what he was doing. Staff and athletes alike were puzzled and unnerved by Nassar's tendency to take copious photos of the girls. Crime scene photographers don't take as many photos of dead bodies. In terms of physical conduct while treating athletes, it was unorthodox, to say the least. One colleague noted that Nassar wouldn't let anybody near his computer. In 2010, Steve Penny, the head of USA Gymnastics, began to question why Nassar was taking the photos. It was unbecoming and sketchy for a 47-year-old man to be doing such a thing, especially while in the role of team physician. As Penny said during a deposition, "I didn't understand why he would be taking so many pictures. I could understand why he might be taking pictures outside of the field of play, but I didn't understand why he might be taking pictures on the field of play." Penny asked one of Nassar's superiors to have him discontinue the photography. More and more former patients and their parents were aware of Larry Nassar's approach to treatment, which smacked of sexual abuse. New patients were warned by veterans of his practice that parts of his procedure would feel uncomfortable. Still, others defended him, especially as he helped guide the girls to Olympic glory. May 15th, 2014. The University of Michigan launched its first official investigation of Larry Nassar. Advisor Paulette Granbury Russell denied having had direct knowledge of Larry Nassar and the allegations made about him. She stated years later that she didn't remember the identity of the quote-unquote sports medicine doc. However, evidence collected showed she jotted down Nassar's name and other information relevant to the case at the time. When the Penn State sex abuse scandal involving Jerry Sandusky emerged, Michigan State President Lou Ann Simon said to her employees regarding how to handle such a situation, "The right thing is saying something when you see something, and doing something after you said something. It's really that simple." May 29th, 2014. Sergeant Valerie O'Brien of the Michigan State University Police interviewed Larry Nassar. It took place after a girl named Amanda Tomashow submitted an official complaint about Nassar's sexual misconduct. She reported having been digitally penetrated in her vagina and her breast cupped. Nassar sent a resident out of the room before he violated her. She noted that he caused her physical pain as his finger crept closer to her vagina. Nassar did most of the talking. He denied he engaged in deviant behavior. He opined that Amanda Tomashow might have been sexually abused before being treated by him, and that the experience triggered negative memories associated with the abuse. He used his lack of criminal history and the trust he elicited from parents and the gymnastics establishment as evidence that he was incapable of sexual abuse. Larry Nassar had a meeting with the Dean of Medicine. He agreed to modify his approach to treating his female patients. The dean sent an email to Nassar the next day, summarizing their agreement thusly. 1. We will have another person, resident, nurse, etc., in the room whenever we are approaching a patient to perform procedures of anything close to a sensitive area. 2. The procedure, which caused the patient emotional distress because of her interpretation, will be modified in the future to be sure that there is little to no skin-to-skin contact when in these regions. Should this be absolutely necessary, the procedure will be explained in detail with another person in the room for both the explanation and the procedure. 3. New people in our practice will be oriented to be sure they understand these requirements. He concluded by writing, I am happy this has been resolved to some extent, and I am happy to have you back in full practice. Nassar stopped seeing patients during the investigation. He was reminded that a third party must always be in the room while he treated patients. The problem was, there had been many third parties in the past, and Nassar always found ways to abuse patients while they were in the room. As soon as the dust had settled, Nassar was treating young women alone again, and fingering them without gloves, as before. The investigation conducted by Sergeant O'Brien was put on the back burner. Nassar was supposed to undergo a polygraph examination, but it never took place. A polygraph expert told her it wouldn't provide any useful information. She didn't interview any medical experts, and she didn't ask Nassar what he did when his back was turned to patients. In late May of 2005, Sergeant O'Brien contacted a county prosecutor to discuss her findings. The prosecutor said there wasn't enough evidence to lay charges, but they suggested that O'Brien should consult a medical expert from outside U of M to confirm or disconfirm his claim that intravaginal contact was a valid treatment in orthopedic injuries. There is no record of O'Brien having done so. During their time at a gymnastics camp, 17-year-old Alyssa Bauman, Allie Raisman, and 17-year-old Maggie Nichols were warming up before the day's practice when their conversation turned to the subject of Larry Nassar's dubious therapeutic technique. Bauman asked the others, "Does he stick his fingers up there? Do you jump when he does that?" Another one said, "I think it'd be weird not to." They all agreed about that. Sarah Jantsey, 35 years old and a personal coach from Twin City Twisters, became concerned when she heard Maggie Nichols tell her story. She pulled her aside and asked her for more details about the encounters she had with Nassar. Nichols told her she went to Nassar about an injured knee, whereupon he massaged her groin uncomfortably close to her vagina. She added that he sent her messages through Facebook, telling her she looked beautiful in her prom dress. Jantsey concluded that Maggie was subjected to sexual abuse by Nassar. She contacted her mother, Gina. June 17th, Jantsey sent a text message to Rhonda Fain, who was the senior vice president of USA Gymnastics and oversaw the women's program. Jantsey requested a telephone conversation. Fain made some contemporaneous notes, which were later submitted to a Senate subcommittee investigating the Nassar case. 6/17, Sarah Jantsey called me at 5:48 p.m. I called her after she texted me to speak. She notified me of her athlete having 3 uncomfortable encounters of therapy with trainer Larry Nassar. She stated he massaged her on the groin area and too close to the vagina for her knee. 2013 World Selection Camp, 2015 Italy Selection Camp, 3 times. Also stated that he private Facebook messaged her that she looked beautiful in her prom dress. She just felt uncomfortable. 2 other athletes agreed about the uncomfortable factor. Simon Biles, Allie Raisman. Rhonda immediately notified Steve Penny about the findings regarding Larry Nassar's sexual impropriety with the gymnasts. He told her he would, quote, handle the matter and notify the proper authorities. Fain assumed this meant he would contact law enforcement. He did not. Gina Nichols spoke to Steve Penny about the matter. She recalled his reaction. I understand Maggie has some concerns. He never once said, "Is Maggie okay?" Instead, he said, "We need to keep this quiet. It's very sensitive. We don't want this to get out." Under Penny's leadership, the organization had made millions of dollars from corporate sponsorship. Winning medals and making money were his priorities. The gymnasts who were earning the money were just cattle to him. They had literally shed blood, sweat, and tears on the path to victory, and Steve Penny couldn't even bring himself to protect them from sexual abuse. June 28th. Steve Penny attended a meeting with the board of directors of USA Gymnastics. He didn't mention Larry Nassar and his misconduct during the meeting, and neither did anybody else. Following the meeting, he had a private discussion with Peter Vidmar, the chairman of the board, and Paul Perilla, the vice chairman and a practicing attorney. Vidmar was reportedly outraged, saying, "The allegations regarding Nassar's sexual abuse of the girls, quote, made my blood curl." He said Nassar will never touch one of our athletes ever again, or something to that effect. Still, no official reports were made to the police or the Department of Family and Protective Services. On July 3rd, they hired Fran Sepler, a consultant and investigator who handled cases of sexual abuse in the workplace. She had interviewed many survivors of sexual abuse, but she had no experience with the organizational culture of USA Gymnastics. Speaking conclusively about her meeting with Maggie Nichols in a report to the U.S. Olympic Committee, Sepler said it, quote, was inconclusive as to whether abuse or misconduct had occurred. After an interview with Aly Raisman, she sent a text to Aly saying, "Please remember that there are risks in sharing information at this point. There is a process in place, and staying clear of the process will protect you and others." Raisman interpreted this as Sepler's attempt to silence her. Sepler denied this, saying she was simply saying that an investigation was underway. The truth was, there was no investigation going on, least of all one that would have involved police. As of mid-July 2015, Fran Sepler was the only person investigating the matter. Larry Nassar's luck began to run out in July 2015. He was unaware at the time that he was the subject of an internal review by USA Gymnastics. He didn't even know that members of Team USA Gymnastics reported his misconduct. That changed on July 22nd, when the team were scheduled to compete at the secret U.S. Classic in Chicago. He anticipated that he would accompany the team, as he did with all their competitions. That day, he was contacted by telephone by USAG attorneys Scott Himsel and Dan Connolly. Himsel also sent him an email on the subject that went. As we explained on the call, USA Gymnastics has been made aware of concerns regarding some of your therapy techniques, and that athletes are uncomfortable with certain areas of their bodies that are being treated. These concerns are being reviewed, and USA Gymnastics has decided that it is in everyone's best interest that you not attend the secret U.S. Classic in Illinois this weekend. As we mentioned on the phone, I am sure you can appreciate as a medical professional that in today's atmosphere, we need to address these concerns thoroughly and discreetly. Nassar responded by saying he felt, quote, horrible that the gymnasts felt uncomfortable with his treatments. He sent Himsel links to videos of himself demonstrating the techniques. Though there is no vaginal penetration in the videos, he does make steady contact with the girls' bodies, at times touching them close to the pelvic region. He wanted to know how they were going to explain his absence. Nassar proposed that they could say he couldn't make it due to illness. Himsel agreed to use that smokescreen. The next day, Nassar sent another email to Himsel, expending more effort to deny wrongdoing. I am very disappointed in myself for not being better at explaining my treatments, but I always talk to the athlete and get feedback while doing these treatments since they are in a sensitive area. There are always other people present, and all is done out in the open. Actually, when you think about it, it is an amazing accomplishment to have gone 29 years on a national team without a single complaint about my treatments. Sepler's final interview was with Michaela Maroney on July 24th. the details of which further drive home the point to Steve Penny how damaging the reports would be if they were made public. She summarized Maroney's experience of sexual abuse by Nassar as follows. She saw Nassar hundreds of times. He was rougher, more aggressive, pulling in the vaginal area. Much more troubling, she reported digital penetration 3 times, in Japan 2011, London 2012, Belgium 2013. She felt no therapeutic effect, but felt Nassar was getting sexual gratification. Her session with Nassar included penetration of 3 fingers for a sustained period. Then Dr. Nassar stopped and breathed heavily. Thereafter, Nassar began sending her gifts. He also began bringing her coffee. Steve Penny met with 3 lawyers from an Indianapolis firm called Fager Baker Daniels, which was retained by USA Gymnastics. Following this, he contacted the FBI field office in Indianapolis to arrange a meeting. The next day, Paul Perilla and lawyer Scott Himsel met with the FBI to bring them up to speed on what they knew about the ways in which Larry Nassar abused Nichols, Raisman, and Maroney. September 4th, Michaela Maroney was interviewed over the phone by an FBI agent. She described in graphic detail the abuse she experienced at the hands of Larry Nassar. The Bureau did not take action. Steve Penny continued to do all he could to keep the allegations from being made public. For over a year, the FBI did not act on the allegations. A conclusion made by a Senate investigation years later. The FBI failed to pursue a course of action that would have immediately protected victims in harm's way. Instead, the FBI's investigation dragged on and was shuffled between field offices, while Nassar continued to see patients at MSU. Meanwhile, Larry Nassar was still disallowed from accompanying the athletes representing USA Gymnastics to major competitions, like the 2015 World Championship in Glasgow. He hired a lawyer named Matthew Borgala, who sent an email on his behalf to USAG's legal team, in which he wrote, Nassar will no longer honor USAG's request to provide false excuses to his colleagues, the USAG staff and/or the athletes, about his absences. USAG's lawyers advised Steve Penny against explaining publicly that Nassar's absences were due to the sexual assault allegations. Attorneys Scott Himsel and Dan Connolly sent an email to Penny. The message: we can tell the whole story of what we've learned thus far. We think it is highly likely that would become a media story and prompt Larry to sue for defamation. Neither Dr. Nassar nor USAG wants the attendant negative publicity at this time. Our suggested alternative is this. Have us call back Dr. Nassar's lawyer. Tell him that a replacement will handle the World Championships, and we can work on messaging regarding that. By the time fall of 2015 rolled around, it was no longer just USAG that was aware of the allegations made against Larry Nassar. Steve Penny reported them to the CEO of the United States Olympic Committee and Alan Ashley, who was chief of sport performance for the committee. Instead of reporting the findings to the president of U of M, they deleted the email. Realizing he was about to be turfed out of gymnastics as an official team doctor, Larry Nassar wrote a farewell message on Facebook. It was full of gratitude for the people who helped him succeed while detailing the successes. He said he looked forward to spending more time with his wife and family. He concluded with, I'm a better person for knowing all of you. Good luck, everyone. Thanks for the memories. He received countless messages of gratitude and support. Neither he nor anybody from USAG explained the reason for his departure. 3 months after he posted the message, Amanda Tomascho was informed by police that her case was closed and no charges would be laid. The prosecutor's office suggested to the police that they should tell her she should submit a complaint to the state's licensing board so they could review the procedures to which Nassar should adhere. She was never contacted by the police with this suggestion. August 30th, 2016. Amanda Tomashow received a call on her cell phone from one Detective Andrea Munford of the MSU police force. Munford informed Amanda that she'd interviewed a woman the previous day who reported being sexually assaulted by a doctor on campus. The name of the doctor was Larry Nassar, and she remembered his name from the report Tomashow filed 2 years prior. She asked Amanda if she wanted to reopen her case. Amanda said, yes, of course. Before they ended the call, Munford informed her that very soon she would hear Nassar's name in the news. Other victims had come forward and spoken to journalists. Of this, Amanda said, well, this is it. There will be hundreds. Less than 24 hours after Rachel Dollenhander described the abuse that was inflicted on her by Larry Nassar to Andrea Munford, it was now Larry Nassar's turn to be interviewed. She started by reminding him that he was not under arrest and was free to leave at any time. After mentioning previous complaints made against him, she said, when you have young girls in there, they're athletes. Nassar cut her off. They're usually with their parents. That's why I explain a lot. Munford. Well, yeah, they're athletes. Nassar. Right. Munford. They have lovely figures. Nassar. Right. Munford. They're very cute girls. Nassar. Right. Munford. Do you ever get aroused during these exams? Nassar. Do I ever get aroused during the exams? This made him uneasy. He sat upright in his chair. Munford got more specific, asking him if he ever got erections during exams. This unsettled Nassar further, and he began to stutter. He said, obviously you don't, you know what I mean, so I. Munford. Is there a reason you would during an exam? Nassar. I shouldn't be getting an erection during an exam. Munford told him she was asking about this because the young women who submitted reports about his conduct noted that his face was flush and there was a bulge in his crotch. He searched his mind for a cover story. He was losing his composure. She mentioned the reports of him fingering them and how the girls felt during these experiences. He could barely stop fidgeting as he said, I mean, come on. I'm not trying to gain some type of sexual gratification out of doing that. If there was arousal, it would be because of whatever. I don't know, you know? Munford. What is whatever? I don't know. Nassar. When you're a guy, sometimes you get an erection. But I don't. Munford. Well, you get an erection when you're aroused. Nassar. You know, well, I don't know. I'm just saying I'm not, how do you say this? If I had an erection, I don't understand why I'd have an erection from the treatment, from what I'm doing, and that's rather embarrassing. It would be rather embarrassing, okay? To have that happen, okay? That's not appropriate, okay? That's just not professional, you know what I mean? I don't know how else to explain. Yes, I'm a guy, and yes, they're young ladies, but I'm trying my best to be professional. Trying to reintroduce a clinical tone to the conversation, Nassar claimed to have elicited feedback from all his patients. He said he hadn't explained his methodology well enough. He insisted it was all due to a misunderstanding. Hundreds of misunderstandings, ultimately. Munford, about how many times would you say you've done this procedure? Nassar, it'd be thousands, you know, over the years. It's been a long time that I've been doing it. July 10th, 2016. A gathering was held for former Olympic gymnasts at a hotel in San Jose, California. Among the attendees were Dominique Mocanou, 34 years old by then, and Jamie Dancer. They were teammates in Team USA at the 1996 Olympics. Jamie had something she urgently wanted to discuss with Dominique. Jamie had only recently come to terms with the fact that Larry Nassar sexually abused her. When she had her in private, on a patio, she said, "Hey, did Nassar ever stick his fingers up in you?" Dominique said, Whoa. Hold on a second. Jamie, this is not okay. Does anybody else know about this? You have to report this." Both women were unaware of the allegations that had come to light against Larry Nassar. Dominique was reminded of a former national champion in rhythmic gymnastics named Jessica Howard. Jessica, too, confirmed she had been molested by Nassar. She provided her with the contact information for Catherine Starr, who started an organization called Safe for Athletes, which advocated for the cause of providing an outlet for athletes to report abuse within their sports, free from repercussions. After the Indianapolis Star published a report about sexual misconduct claims that were mishandled by USA Gymnastics, Amanda Tomashow contacted the paper through email immediately with an offer to tell her story. They were reluctant to interview only one girl, but then a former Olympian who chose to remain anonymous agreed to be interviewed. Reporter Mark Alicia wrote about the experience of Jessica Howard after interviewing her. Dr. Nassar asked her to wear shorts without underwear, no gloves, as with Rachel. He massaged inner thighs and buttocks, and then penetrated her vagina. It happened 5 or 6 times. She thought it must be part of therapy. August 31st. Larry Nassar was banned from seeing patients, and he was persona non grata at the MSU Sports Medicine Clinic. Meanwhile, he reached out to his remaining allies in sports and academia. They were like sand falling through an hourglass, quickly disappearing until eventually they would be gone entirely, and he wouldn't have a friend in the world. After the article in the Indianapolis Star was published, the revelations spread like wildfire through the gymnastics world. Scores of women who were abused by Nassar were flooded by memories of the abuse and overwhelmed by the emotional reactions they engendered. Panic attacks, depression, and even rashes represented the manifestations of these old wounds. Hundreds of girls and women reported their experiences in the comments sections. Jamie Dancer and Rachel Moxon's anonymity were not self-sustaining for long. Trolls identified them and called them liars, sluts, and worse in social media and on message boards. A USAG lawyer contacted one of Jamie's ex-boyfriends to ask him for details about her personal life. Meanwhile, Larry Nassar's email inbox was bursting at the seams with messages of support. September 12th. Larry Nassar was informed he was being sued by someone who identified by the moniker Jane J.D. Doe, which was the handle chosen by Jamie Dancer at the time. He contacted his protege, Brooke Lemon, to ask her for a favor. She agreed to do it. The favor consisted of going to the MSU Sports Medicine Clinic at night, where she would find his filing cabinet that contained records from Nassar's patients dating back to when he was still a medical student. She put them all in 2 boxes and brought them to his office. The next part of the favor involved taking down all the photos, thank you notes, and autographed posters he had received from the athletes he treated from the walls of his office. Lemon later told police that she realized while driving home from the office that Nassar should not have access to the files she pulled. She returned them to the clinic for storage purposes. She took some pictures of the items on his wall from the athletes with her phone and sent them to him. During the week following the publication of the article in the Indianapolis Star, Larry Nassar received an outpouring of support from everybody who had not yet run from the hills. Larry Nassar received an outpouring of support from everybody who had not yet run for the hills. Colleagues, scores of former gymnasts who didn't yet realize that he sexually abused them. Kathy Clages brought her team together and delivered a heartfelt speech to them about her strong conviction that Nassar was innocent. She even shed a few tears. She asked those of his former patients she was still coaching to sign a greeting card pledging their support. He told Dean William Strample that coaches from other universities offered him their support. He hoped that he could get 1,000 people from the gymnastics community to sign a petition insisting he was innocent. He must have approached them with that pouty look on his face, which is reminiscent of a self-pitying fish. He was on edge. In prison, they rape guys like him until their asses are gushing blood. The storm was moving in. On September 15th, he sent an email to Strample in which he said he was, quote, trying to make sure I take advantage of this time before the Me Too's come out in the media and the second media blitz occurs. He went on to say that he expected the Indianapolis Star would, quote, make their next crucifixion of me on Monday. The words of an unrepentant monster. He saw himself as a persecuted Christ figure. Larry Nassar and Jesus Christ couldn't possibly have less in common. Not once did he ever consider the ways in which his victims suffered. Larry Nassar put on a show all those years of acting out of compassion for injured athletes. The truth was, even when he worked on an unpaid, voluntary basis, his interactions with the gymnasts were purely transactional. A predator does not give with no expectation of reward. That's something Jesus would do. To quote musician Michael Cretu of Enigma, the eyes of truth are always watching you. 4 hours later, Nassar was even more rattled. He sent another email to Strample that went, this is not right. I am meeting at 6:30 a.m. with my new attorney that I had to call to help me with this emergency. I thought I'd better let you know. I knew the media blitz was going to create more people to call in accusations about me. But this is absurd. I have not been charged with any crime. I don't understand why this is happening. This is not right. This is not right. The morning after, Strample informed Nassar that people came forward claiming that he hadn't adhered to the new guidelines that were established for his practice after the complaint that was filed in 2014. More bad news from the university. Nassar received a letter notifying him that his employment at Michigan State was being terminated. Steve Penny contacted the FBI to find out if he would suffer the consequences of Larry Nassar's misconduct. There was no mention in that conversation of how the gymnasts had suffered. Meanwhile, attorneys representing USAG had been working for months on a negotiation to keep allegations made by another Olympian from being publicly exposed. Weeks before Nassar's impropriety began to receive media focus, Steve Penny received a letter from lawyer Gloria Allred. Allred devoted much of her career to representing women who had been wronged by powerful men and even more powerful institutions. Her services were retained by the women who brought Bill Cosby to justice. Women who had been sexually assaulted by Donald Trump also sought her counsel. Allred was once raped, enabling her to put herself in her client's shoes. Allred represented Norma McCorvey in the historic Roe v. Wade case. In 2016, she added Michaela Maroney as a client, a woman who would be known as one of the so-called Fierce Five. Allred wrote a letter to Steve Penny on behalf of Maroney that described the ways in which Larry Nassar abused her. She offered USA Gymnastics an opportunity to settle the case out of court. A quote from that letter. Dr. Nassar told Michaela that she was one of his, quote, favorites, and that she needed his, quote, special adjustment. She has become a mere shell of who she used to be and is left with chronic fatigue and thoughts of suicide from severe depression and anxiety. We are writing this letter to provide you with a singular opportunity to resolve Ms. Maroney's claims through a confidential mediation process. At the end of the letter, Allred asked Penny to answer by June 2nd, 2016. The negotiations went on for months. In late November, USAG agreed to pay Maroney $1.25 million. She held up her end by staying silent about the hundreds of incidents of sexual assaults to which Larry Nassar subjected her. One day after Rachel and Jamie's stories appeared on the website of the Indianapolis Star, they were published on the front page of the Lansing State Journal. Larry Nassar's picture occupied the top half of the front page. The headline, spelled out in all caps, read, MSU doctor accused of abuse. The morning the article appeared on newsstands, hundreds of phone calls were made to the MSU Police Department by former gymnasts and other athletes who had been violated by Nassar. Andrea Munford took a second phone report about Nassar's conduct, the first time since she met with Rachel Donhelander. A woman told her she was waiting for the expose to happen. She also noted that she tried reporting him for 2 years, but was told the statute of limitations had expired. She told her that reading the description of what Donhelander went through, as described in the Indianapolis Star's story, was like reading a script torn, quote, from a textbook, unquote, of how she was abused by him. Munford spoke with a physical therapist. The therapist said that 99% of the work she does is applied externally. She said that internal pelvic work, which was a rarity in her profession, was always performed while wearing gloves. She said she would make it happen as quickly as possible and would never perform it on a patient whose hymen was still intact. She also pointed out that there, quote, is no reason for thrusting down there. Munford paid a visit to Nassar's house the next day. She was accompanied by 2 officers from the local sheriff's department and an officer from Michigan's Children's Protective Services Agency. They notified Nassar and his wife about the allegations that were made about him the preceding few days. They informed him he was no longer allowed to remain in his home because his children were minors. They waited until he left for a hotel. The next morning, MRU police officers paid a visit to his old office. They seized his work computer. Munford obtained detailed records about his patients and spoke with a minimum of 2 medical experts about the validity of his treatments. Nassar was no longer allowed in his office effective September 19th. Munford was able to obtain a search warrant for Nassar's home. She and other officers performed a thorough search. They found numerous medical records, related documents, and other incriminating materials. As Munford told reporter Matt Mancarini of the Lansing State Journal, it appeared he never threw anything out. Drawers in his home office were stuffed to overflowing. The detectives seized several boxes of them with the intention of examining them more closely at the station. Included in the evidence trove were 2 laptops, 2 flash drives, 2 SD cards, 3 8mm camcorder tapes, 2 dozen VHS tapes, over 100 CDs and DVDs, a stack of floppy disks, 2 cell phones, an iPod Touch, an Amazon Kindle, a large box stuffed with Olympic memorabilia. The detectives also searched Nassar's garbage. In one particularly heavy grocery bag were 3 external hard drives. They were labeled, with one reading, USA Gymnastics Larry Nassar, MSU Sports Medicine, and the other, Dr. Larry Nassar, USA Gymnastics. In the week following the gathering of evidence, a work laptop was seized from Nassar's office at Michigan State. The hard drive had been wiped clean. Interesting timing. The investigators won the evidence lottery. There wasn't much incriminating evidence in most of what the detectives found. The external hard drives Nassar threw in the garbage? Another matter. The MSU police and the FBI examined the hard drive together. Over several days, they uncovered 37,000 videos and stills of child pornography. Many of the children in the images were younger than 12 years old. There was nothing ambiguous about the implications of these materials as they pertained to Larry Nassar and his character. Investigators now had proof that he was a pedophile and a predator who posed a serious risk to underage girls. Buttressed by the 16 reports made about his sexual misconduct with the female gymnasts he treated, there was now grounds to make an arrest. Kyle Stevens came forward and reported her experience to Munford of being sexually abused by Nassar. Her report became crucial in the case against Nassar. Her father eventually accepted Kyle's version of the events after calling her a liar for years. Disbelieving her was one of his life's biggest regrets. He later committed suicide after years of unrelenting chronic pain and prescription pill addiction. Meanwhile, the top brass at Michigan State kept quiet about the allegations. They hired attorneys who closely guarded crucial information, citing attorney-client privilege. At no point did they interview any of Nassar's victims. They were defending the university from negative publicity that would affect its bottom line. After Texas Rangers paid a visit to the Karolyi Ranch, Steve Penny ordered the staff to remove documents after the Rangers were sent away, since they did not have a search warrant. Penny had all relevant materials mailed to him in an overstuffed suitcase. The next day, the Rangers returned with a warrant, and sure enough, they did not find any incriminating data. There were only some incomplete forms that mentioned Nassar. Rachel Denelander became an ambassador of sorts for the former gymnast patients of Larry Nassar who had been sexually abused by him. She had to keep her distance from the other survivors for the time being because Nassar's lawyers would have accused them of colluding. Larry Nassar was filling his car's tires with air at Bell Tire Auto Shop when an unmarked car filled with officers pulled up and took him into custody. The warrant for his arrest included 3 charges of sexual assault relating to the account given by Kyle Stevens. Most of the rest of the charges wouldn't be announced for months. He made bail, $1 million, and returned home. Less than a month later, federal prosecutors had Nassar arrested on charges of possessing child pornography. His mugshot was printed on the front page of the Lansing State Journal. He was denied bail. In some of the child porn videos, Nassar was seen fondling a child in his swimming pool. February 2017, Jamie Densher, Jeanette Antolin, and Jessica Howard appeared on 60 Minutes to discuss the abuse they experienced as Larry Nassar's patients. Steve Penny was aware of the segment before it aired. He contacted an FBI agent and said, "This is getting much worse for me." Penny reached out to Tasha Schweikart, who was a former national team member and a bronze medalist from the 2000 Sydney Olympics. He hoped she could do some public relations damage control for him. He was the last person she thought she would ever hear from, especially since she was no longer involved in gymnastics and was on the cusp of becoming an attorney. Penny said, "We're in some deep shit." He asked her if she had ever been sexually abused by Larry Nassar. She said no, but it was only because the truth was harder to process. Leading up to the Olympics in 2000, Larry Nassar molested her 3 to 4 times a day, while claiming to be treating a torn tendon in her groin. At the age of 17, she stayed in his house as a guest, whereupon he stuck his fingers in her vagina while she lay in bed and on the training table in the basement. He told her there was a pressure point in her vagina that would increase blood flow to the tissue in her heel. She issued a statement that didn't defend Nassar, but that cast USA Gymnastics in a favorable light. The statement: "As a member of the national team from 1999 to 2004, I firmly believe USA Gymnastics always had my health and well-being top of mind. The program provided me with the resources and experiences that helped me achieve my goals." Needless to say, the statement was not well received by the other survivors. Meanwhile, Jamie Densher, Jeanette Antolin, and Jessica Howard appeared on other television shows to raise awareness of what Nassar's patients had been through. Jessica Howard even wrote an editorial for the New York Times about what Nassar put her through. Among other issues addressed in the piece, she detailed her term served as a board member of USA Gymnastics. She said that in the meetings where sexual abuse allegations were made about coaches and other staff, there was little mention of real accountability, as reflected in this excerpt. The meetings seemed to revolve around 2 things: money and medals. When a sexual abuse case came up during my time on the board, the concern was about the reputation of the coach, not the accusation of the athlete. The day after Jessica Howard's editorial was published, Steve Penny tendered his resignation as president and CEO of USA Gymnastics. According to the Wall Street Journal, he received a severance package of $1 million. The long-term impact on Jessica Howard's mental and physical health was highly destructive. She turned to self-harm in the form of cutting to distract herself from her trauma. She became bulimic due to hurtful comments made by coaches about her weight. Her bulimia went on for so long, the stomach acid began to erode her esophagus. Substance abuse, suicidal thoughts, and relationship dysfunction dogged her at every turn. Speaking about the long-term impact of the abuse she suffered during her years of involvement in gymnastics, she said, "This lasts your entire freaking life. It absolutely changes the trajectory of your ability to have and maintain every single kind of relationship and has side effects that could be life-threatening." In sworn testimonies given by staff of USAG and associates, they acknowledged that it was a violation of USAG policy for an adult to be alone with gymnasts, especially in their hotel rooms. They all insisted they didn't know Larry Nassar violated the policy. Renee Jameson was Steve Penny's former executive assistant. She was questioned by lawyers about USAG's protocol when handling sexual abuse complaints. Question: So when you received a complaint about a coach that had engaged in, or that you suspected had engaged in criminal conduct, your job was to immediately call the police, is that right? Answer: I was told to forward all such matters to our legal counsel. Question: So your first reaction wasn't to call the police, it was to refer to a lawyer for USA Gymnastics? Answer: Yes. Former USA Gymnastics President Bob Colarossi explained that sexual abuse complaints were only subject to investigation if the complaint was made by a person who witnessed the abuse. Colarossi: It had to be someone with first-hand knowledge. What does first-hand knowledge mean? They either witnessed what happened, or it would have to be, they would have to have witnessed what happened. How many sexual abuse cases are you aware of where the abuser abuses the victim in front of another person? I'm not aware of any. October 17th. Michaela Maroney disregarded the confidentiality agreement she signed when receiving her settlement. She posted a lengthy tweet about how Larry Nassar began sexually abusing her when she was 13 years old. One quote, "Our silence has given the wrong people power for too long, and it's time to take our power back." Larry Nassar's only stroke of luck at this point was that he managed to retain a lawyer who specialized in defending sex offenders. As an attorney with that distinction, you're likely to make more money than friends, especially when part of your strategy is to stand up in a trial attended, in part, by victims of your client and their parents, and tell them that what they experienced as sexual abuse was a delusionary perspective on a legitimate medical practice. What they failed to explain, of course, is that even gynecologists don't make as much contact with a vagina as Larry Nassar did as an osteopath. When they do, they wear gloves, and the tactile aspect of the treatment is as truncated as possible. Nassar wasn't predicted to fare well in the halls of justice anyway. He pleaded guilty to the charges of child pornography in federal court. Based on those charges alone, he was due to spend decades in prison. Even after all hopes of acquittal had been dashed, he still insisted he didn't molest the gymnasts. When it comes to sex crimes like the type that were committed by Larry Nassar, the worst-case scenario for the defendant would be to go to trial. Few people feel sympathy for pedophiles, and this was a man who not only collected child pornography while making some himself, but molested hundreds of girls, accounting for literally thousands of separate incidents. The jury were sure to be disturbed by Nassar's actions and moved by the testimonies of the victims as they retold their experiences of abuse while cross-examined by Nassar's attorney, who would more than likely have accused them of perjury at worst and impaired long-term memory recall at best. Such actions would no doubt have led to more trauma. It was Larry Nassar's case to lose. One stipulation of a plea deal, as discussed by the lawyers and clients representing the plaintiffs, was that Nassar would be required to listen to victim impact statements. Nobody would listen to them while the abuse occurred, and their feelings were dismissed by people who only cared about medals and money. They more than deserved their turn to tell Nassar about how his misconduct affected them. Following negotiations between the attorneys for the plaintiffs and Larry Nassar, Nassar agreed to plead guilty to 7 counts of criminal sexual conduct in Ingham County, a district in which he resided and treated patients at the MSU Sports Medicine Clinic. He would further plead guilty to 3 other counts of criminal sexual conduct in Eaton County, where he abused girls at Twistars. Nassar was required to confess that he put his fingers inside his patient's genitals and that he engaged in repeated acts of first-degree sexual assault. A draft of the deal did not state that Nassar carried out these actions for the purpose of gratifying himself sexually. When Rachel Denelander found out about this, she insisted that justice would not be truly served unless he admitted that the agenda behind this medical treatment was nothing but lecherous and abusive. The deadline for submitting the plea deal was fast approaching, and Nassar and his attorneys agreed to the terms laid out by the prosecuting attorney. November 22nd, 2017. The hearing was well attended. Victims, parents of victims, other patient victims of Nassar, and journalists waited for the satisfaction of bearing witness as Larry Nassar was brought before justice. The judge said to Nassar, "How do you plead?" He said, "I plead guilty as stated, Your Honor." He pled guilty to all the charges she listed. She confirmed with him that he was aware that every charge came with a recommended minimum prison sentence of 25 to 40 years, which could have been extended should she have seen fit. She also reminded him that victims would give impact statements, including girls who had not been involved in the lawsuit. She asked him if he used ungloved hands while treating his patients. He said yes. She said, and it was not for any medical purposes, is that correct? He exhaled loud enough for everybody to hear and dropped his head like a little boy who got caught stealing candy and said, yes. The judge said, it was for your own purpose, is that correct? Yes. And in fact, it was against medical protocol, is that correct? Yes. She said to the prosecutors, any further questions? No, thank you. We are satisfied, Your Honor. January 16th, 2018, the day of Larry Nassar's sentencing. It was also the day when the victims gave their statements. Here are a few of those victim impact statements.
Good morning. My name is Kyle Stevens. Up until this point, I've been known as Victim ZA, or Family Friend. I was the first to testify in this case, and wary of the attention that could come with that, I asked for complete anonymity. This process has been horrific, but surprisingly therapeutic. I'm addressing you publicly today as a final step and statement to myself that I have nothing to be ashamed of. I met Larry Nassar when I was somewhere around the age of 5 years old. My parents had become close friends with Larry and his wife, Stephanie. They were all medical professionals and shared a passion for the subject. Most Sundays, Stephanie and my mother would cook dinner together for both families. We shared sporting events, holidays, and many weekends in between. It was during this time, I estimate I was approximately 6 years old, that Larry Nassar began to sexually abuse me. He first exposed his penis to me in a dark boiler room in the basement of his home. He told me, if you ever want to see it, all you have to do is ask. He used his power as an adult to manipulate me. Over a 6-year period, he progressed from exposure to masturbating in front of me while playing hide-and-go-seek, rubbing his bare penis on my bare feet, and penetrating my vagina with his fingers. All of which took place with my parents, my sibling, his wife, and his children in the same house. Let me remind you of the interests of a 6-year-old girl. My favorite TV show was Clifford the Big Red Dog, and my favorite book was Junie B. Jones. I could not do a multiplication problem, and still had not lost all my baby teeth. I think we can all agree that someone of this maturity level should not be sexually active. But I was. Without my knowledge or consent, I had engaged in my first sexual experience by kindergarten, and had joined an overwhelming statistic of sexual abuse victims. It took the media coverage of the sexual abuse scandal in the Catholic Church and a friend confining the details of her sexual abuse for me to realize that something was wrong. I was 12 years old when I told my parents, when Larry rubs my feet, he uses his penis. My parents confronted him and he denied any such action. Due to complex details that I won't get into here, my parents chose to believe Larry Nassar over me. I spent the years between 12 and 18 avoiding and detaching from my family. To my father, someone who makes such heinous, false accusations is the worst type of person. His belief that I had lied seeped into the foundation of our relationship. Every time we got into a fight, he would tell me, you need to apologize to Larry. I learned to ask for very little, as I wanted my parents to know that I didn't need them, just as I felt they didn't want me. It wasn't until I was about to leave for college, when my father again pulled the "you need to apologize" card, that I took another chance at clearing my name. I told him that I wasn't lying, and that Larry Nassar had indeed sexually abused me. Larry Nassar's actions had already caused me significant anguish, but I hurt worse as I watched my father realize what he had put me through. My father and I did our best to patch up our tattered relationship before he committed suicide in 2016. Admittedly, my father was experiencing debilitating health issues. But had he not had to bear the shame and self-loathing that stemmed from his defense of Larry Nassar, I believe he would have had a fighting chance for his life. Larry Nassar wedged himself between myself and my family and used his leverage as my parents' trusted friend to pry us apart until we fractured. And fracture we did. My relationship with my mother is still marbled with pain, anger, and resentment. And for a long time, I told people that I did not have a family. I think it is important to note my relationship with the Nassar family after I accused him at age 12. A year or two passed from the time that I made the accusation, and our families began to spend time together again. I was around 14 years old when Stephanie began pressuring me to babysit the Nassar's 3 children. I responded with dismissive answers for a lengthy period of time before relenting. It was at this point that I began to feel brainwashed. At home, I was a liar, and when I was at the Nassar's, either with my family or babysitting, it was as if I had never accused him. I felt I was losing my grip on reality. I started to question whether the abuse ever really happened. For my own sanity, I forced myself to walk through the abuse step by step, so I didn't forget that I was not a liar. It is to this that I credit my ability to recall the abuse so well throughout this process. As I continued to babysit for the Nassars, I started to become resolved to my purpose there. With 2 young girls in the home, I felt protective and that somehow my presence there would make a difference. For 7 years and several years into counseling, I cared for those children with all my heart. My detachment from my family forced me to search for grants, participate in post-traumatic studies, ask for sliding scales, and babysit for the Nassars to pay for my own counseling. When I look back now, I realize that my spirit was broken, lost, and confused. But then all I could think is that I needed to be there for those children in whatever way I could. It was not until I was 21 that I cut all ties with the Nassar family. The complex feelings of shame, disgust, and self-hatred brought me bouts of depression, anxiety, eating disorders, and other compulsive conditions. Sometimes I think it's hard for people to translate these generic terms into reality. For me, it was a girl crying on the floor for hours, trying not to rip out too much of her hair. For me, it was a girl wanting the pain to stop so badly that she woke up for months to the thought, I want to die. For me, it was a girl getting out her gun and laying it on the bed just to remind herself that she has control over her own life. For me, it was a girl that spent so much time trying to fix herself that she forgot what she actually enjoys doing. Sexual abuse is so much more than a disturbing physical act. It changes the trajectory of a victim's life, and that is something that no one has the right to do. Your Honor, with your permission, I would now like to address the defendant.
You may.
After my parents confronted you, they brought you back to my house to speak with me. Sitting on my living room couch, I listened to you tell me, no one should ever do that, and if they do, you should tell someone. Well, Larry, I'm here, not to tell someone, but to tell everyone. You convinced my parents that I was a liar, that you didn't strategically place lotion in the basement so you could beat your penis in my face while I hid. But I still get sick at the smell of that lotion. You convinced my parents that you didn't pull my feet into your lap, unzip your pants, and rub your erect penis against my bare skin. But I still flinch when my feet are near someone's lap. You convinced my parents that you didn't stick your fingers in my adolescent vagina. But I knew when it was time to use my first tampon not to worry because my hymen wasn't intact. You used my body for 6 years for your own sexual gratification. That is unforgivable. I've been coming for you for a long time. I've told counselors your name in hopes that they would report you. I have reported you to Child Protective Services twice. I gave a testament to get your medical license revoked. You were first arrested on my charges. And now, as the only non-medical victim to come forward, I testify to let the world know that you are a repulsive liar and that those treatments were pathetically veiled sexual abuse. Perhaps you have figured it out by now, but little girls don't stay little forever. They grow into strong women that return to destroy your world. Your Honor, there is no time that Larry Nassar can serve that will give me back those years with my family, or the time and energy I spent sorting out my anger, frustration, and confusion. But I can tell you this, our law does not do enough to prevent predatory acts, and often does not do enough to punish predators who have committed the hideous act of abusing a child. I can also tell you, Larry Nassar is a predator without boundaries. His patients weren't safe, his friends' children weren't safe, and even his own children weren't safe. If he is ever allowed to re-enter society, he will not hesitate to reoffend. We have all done our part to get to this point and will continue to do our part to combat the diseased societal thinking that kept 100+ victims quiet for decades. But right here, right now, it's your turn. I implore you to do your part. Make a statement that forces other predators to think twice. Keep Larry Nassar out of our communities. I ask for a minimum of 40 and a maximum of 125. Thank you.
Thank you. The system clearly failed you, and it has failed so many children, people without voices, but you certainly have grown into a beautiful, smart, intelligent woman who has a voice. This voice that you have just let out publicly will have that rippling effect to change legislation, to change the lives of children who are being abused, to speak up like you. What's so important is that you weren't sure what was going on, but you kept questioning, and when you heard other voices, you knew it was wrong. And it's so important what you've just said to all those children and helpless people. And it is a shame you're not alone, that your family didn't listen, that they trusted the abuser. But you as a small child had nothing to gain, nothing, by complaining. And still your voice went unheard. I promise you, it's not unheard now.
Thank you.
I have one question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Are you seeking restitution from Larry Nassar?
No.
We can leave it open. Do you understand what restitution is? Restitution makes you whole. And I know that you need counseling. You've paid for your own counseling. So it's something that I can order to make you financially whole. I understand you may never fully feel whole, but I think you're on your way to healing. But for those needs that you might have, I certainly can order restitution. I don't know anything about the civil case. I've kept myself away from other things that would affect us. I don't know if you're part of that or not. I don't know if that case will live or die. I don't know what the judgment may or may not be. There's no guarantees with that. Restitution, there is a guarantee that if for some reason he has money, earns money, inherits money, whatever, goes to the victims first. So if that's something you would like, I can leave it open so you can think about it.
I'm not interested in anybody that would take anything from his children, so no thank you.
Okay? Thank you very much.
Judge, so the record is clear. What I'm going to be displaying on the screen throughout the victim impact statements for those that have given permission and photographs are photographs of the survivors at the time of the abuse. So for the record, I have Kyle's pictures. Our next victim is a minor. She has indicated that she wishes to be public. She is currently 17 years old, and her parents are in the courtroom. If you'd like me to question them to confirm that before I announce her name, I think she's going to be coming up bravely on her own.
All right, she can come on up. Does she have a parent here?
She do.
The parent
her
also
mother,
approach?
yes.
All right. Ma'am, what is your name?
I'm Jessica Tomashow.
Could you state and spell it for the record?
JESSICATHOMASHOW.
All right, and you are 17?
Yes.
And you wish to speak?
Yes.
All right. As to mom and dad, Mom, what is your name? Could you state and spell it?
Yes, Suzanne Tomashow, SUZANNETHOMASHOW.
Dad?
Michael Tomashow, MICHAELTH.
All right, could you both raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? You need to speak.
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hands down. So you are the parents of the beautiful woman in front of me, correct?
Yes.
I need you to speak up, ma'am.
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Yes, I am.
And do you give her permission to speak?
Yes, I do.
And you had an opportunity to speak with her about her face and voice being public and her words?
Yes, we have.
All right. And there's been no force, threat, or coercion or promises made to her in regard to speaking, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. You may stay here with her or you may have a seat.
And so the media is clear. She has publicly identified her photos on the screen, and I'll let her take questions.
All right. Jessica, are you going to speak or read?
Read.
You're going to read. Okay,
Yes.
just read at a pace that we can understand, not too fast. There's no fire in the building, okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Honorable Judge Aquilina, thank you for giving me this opportunity to tell you how Larry Nassar has hurt me and the effect that this has had on my life. I am Jessica Tomashow, also known as Victim A. I was sexually assaulted by Larry Nassar when I was 9 and 12 years old. Today, I am 17 and a senior in high school, and this is my story. My childhood was filled with happiness and love. One of my loves was for gymnastics and for all my teammates in the gym. Gymnastics was a big part of my childhood, and I spent many hours in the gym and at competitions. Though, as you know, with gymnastics, it is a very physically demanding sport and often comes with painful injuries. I remember one of my first injuries, a rib misplacement. This was the first time I heard of Larry Nassar and his reputation. I remember telling my mom that my coaches told me I should see Larry Nassar for my injury. And to my surprise, she knew who he was. She had trained under him when she went to medical school at Michigan State University. One night, my coaches arranged for me to see Nassar after practice to help with my rib injury. Monday nights were when Larry Nassar came to Twistars to treat injured team gymnast. I remember my coaches telling me to go see him, and I was actually quite excited. Then I went into the back room, and that's when everything changed. I was alone in the back room with him. He had me lie down on the table, and he sexually assaulted me. He touched the most innocent places on my body that day. I remember fear and pain and asking myself, what is happening? When it was over, I was so confused. What had he just done to me and why? It was awful and embarrassing. I left and kept the disgusting thing that had just happened to me back to myself. 2 years passed. I saw him several times again at his clinic at MSU, always with my mom, and they were normal appointments. Then in 2012, it happened again, right around my 12th birthday. I had a stress fracture in my ankle, and my dad took me to that appointment. Before Nassar assaulted me, we had a great, meaningful conversation about my future. He asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up, and I said, I want to be just like you, a sports medicine doctor. He gave me a gift, a pin from the Olympics, and told me, when you take my place as the new sports medicine doctor for gymnastics, then you can give me back this pin. Nassar then told my dad he had to massage my ankle and it would be okay for him to wait in the waiting room. After he left, Nassar told the medical student to leave the room too. After the room was clear, he did it yet again. He slid his ungloved hand up my leg and back into the most innocent part of my body, and I felt searing pain. For 30 minutes, he inserted his fingers into me and grunted while I lay there terrified. Again, I was confused by what had just happened. He was a trusted doctor, and what he did to me didn't make sense in my child's mind. I didn't tell a soul, and I try not to think about it anymore, but my dream of becoming a sports medicine doctor ended that day, along with my happy and trusting self. He had broken me. I lived the next several years in limbo. Being sexually assaulted has changed me into an anxious teen, but I did not know that I had been abused, and that was the source of my anxiety. I no longer felt safe, and I had problems with trust. My parents took me to a psychiatrist and a therapist when I was in 9th grade, and this helped. I was diagnosed with and treated for social anxiety disorder and saw a therapist on a weekly basis, but did not have insight into the cause. In the 7th and 8th grade, I felt extremely uncomfortable around my male teachers. I avoided them, I hated talking to them, and I would feel panic if I was ever alone with them in a room. Back then, I didn't understand why I felt this way because all my peers loved our teachers. But being assaulted affected my relationship with my teachers, and my anxiety was so intense that it made it hard to focus and learn at school. I also developed an intense fear of male hands, like a PTSD response. Now I get flashbacks when I see male hands, and it makes me feel scared and threatened. This fear changed the way I grew up and how I related to boys. I did not want to hold hands or ever be close to my guy friends. I couldn't be just a normal girl anymore, and I have forever lost a big piece of my childhood due to his abuse. When the first Indy Star article came out, my life changed. I put the pieces together and realized I was molested by Larry Nassar. I thought back to my appointments with him and could still feel what my 9 and 12-year-old self felt then, alone, scared, and in pain. I wanted to puke. I could feel his hands touching me, and that was the first time I had my first flashback. And to this day, I still have them. The flashbacks are paralyzing. I had one just 2 weeks ago at school and could barely get out of my seat. Thankfully, I was able to stop my brain and went to the office. I cried for an hour, shaking with fear. I would like to say something to my abuser, Larry Nassar. You took advantage of my innocence and trust. You were my doctor, and I trusted you, and you took complete advantage of that. Why? I used to ask myself that question all the time, especially while I was laying in bed crying myself to sleep. What you did to me was so twisted. You manipulated me and my entire family. How dare you? You had no right to do that, and because of your decision to molest me, you have caused so much pain in my life. And for the rest of my life, I'm going to have to heal from what you did. Your Honor, I understand the plea guidelines are for a minimum sentence range to 25 to 40 years, and I ask you to give Larry Nassar a 40-year minimum to a 125-year maximum sentence for what he did to me. I also ask on behalf of what he did to over 100 other girls. We are all suffering, having flashbacks, unable to have normal relationships, crying at night, feeling broken, and our lives have been forever changed. He is a predator, and he can't be stopped unless he is behind bars for the rest of his life. Thank you.
Are you asking for restitution?
Undecided right now.
Okay, I'm going to leave restitution open. I'm going to decide how long. It may be 6 months, it may be a year, I'm not sure. During that time, you can ask for it, and then as bills come forward, you give them to the prosecutor's office or the crime victim's office. I'm not sure who's going to receive them at this point, but you'll be advised.
Okay.
And then if there's any dispute, I'll decide how much, but once it's open, it'll remain open during any necessary treatment. And it sounds like you've had some and it will continue.
Yes.
But let me just say that I know what you're all asking for. This isn't my first rodeo with this kind of situation, so to speak, but the vastness of it is very different.
Mm-hmm.
You are very brave, especially at 17.
Thank you.
And you talk about being broken. Well, he's going to break while you're healing. And I believe that he will remain broken.
Yes.
More broken than he was as he committed these crimes against all of you, because only a broken person can do such a vile thing. So you need to understand that you're strong, you're going to get healthy, and that you are not broken. You are strong. You're mending.
Yes, thank you.
And you are the voice of so many young people. And I probably will say this 90 times, 98 times, 100 times, however many people. I can't say it enough because it's so important what you all are doing to come here to show victims that you're not a victim any longer. There should be no victims. You have a voice and you are strong. So don't let this define you,
Yes.
any of you. Go out and do great things in the world. You have just started a great rippling effect of greatness. So I thank you for being here.
Thank
Let
you.
me know what those receipts are, okay?
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Just for the record, I know that Jessica's mother wrote a victim impact statement, and I believe that's in the binder that we presented.
It is.
Her sister will also be speaking tomorrow, and I know her mother also presented a statement on that, so I'll remind you of that.
Okay.
The next victim, Judge, is a minor, and she wishes to remain anonymous. So I would ask that the media turn the cameras off at the request of that victim.
So as to face and
That's probably most important. Ms. Markham has indicated she will, is fine with being held to identify. Yes.
thank you. And you are the mother?
I'm the mother of Chelsea Markham.
Okay. And you're reading her statement?
No, she couldn't be with us today, but I'm going to be telling you from a victim's mother's point of view what our life has been like since her abuse from Larry Nassar. But I first want to tell you that my daughter was adopted from South Korea, and I got a call from our social worker that wanted to know if we would be willing to take a baby that had some medical issues in August of 1985, and we said yes. And at that time, we picked her up at the airport, and she had a fractured skull, and both of her ears were damaged. She was delivered in a hospital using forceps, and she required several surgeries. But for a whole year, I sat up with this baby at night because she couldn't lay down. And the bond that came from her and I was just inseparable. We did everything together as she continued to grow up. And she wouldn't leave my side, and I needed to get her to be social with other kids, so I enrolled her in Montessori. And for a whole week, she screamed like a pig being cut because she thought I was leaving her. And finally, on the 5th day, she said, "Mommy, I know you'll be back." I said, "Yes, I will." I'm sorry. And during her normal childhood, she, wanted to do all the activities that all her little friends did, and we had the Saturday morning classes and the gymboree and the whatever swim lessons, and so she really caught on to gymnastics, and she was enrolled at Artistic Gymnastic Academy in Roseville, Michigan. And her Saturday morning hour classes turned into several times a week, and then the coaches asked her if she would like to join team. And I said, well, it's going to be her decision, but she needed to understand the requirements, and that she needed to understand the commitment of what it meant and the dedication. And she said, yes, this is what she wanted to do. Well, that became 5 days a week, sometimes 6, and she went to team really quick, because she was really good. However, she took a fall off of the beam, and she injured her lower back. And I asked our coach, I said, who should we go see? And at this time, she was 10 years old. And so, and this was in 1995. And so they said, they referred us to Larry Nassar. And I said, okay, well, at the time, we really didn't know, much about him other than his medical reputation. So we went to see him, and we traveled all the way from the east side of Michigan to Lansing, several times a month for treatment. The last time that we went to treatment, she was at that time 12 years old, and we had this thing, her and I, that we would, after her doctor visit, we would go to this little cafe in East Lansing and have lunch and enjoy each other for a while before we had that long drive back home. And so we got in the car, and I had been in the room with her during her examination, as usual. And I said, are you ready to go to lunch? And she's like, no, Mom, I just want to go home. And I said, what's wrong? Are you in pain? And she said, Mom, I just want to go home. And I said, okay. So we got in the car, and I said, and she started bawling. And I said, Chelsea, tell me what's wrong. And she said, Mom, he put his fingers in me, and they weren't gloved. And I said, Chelsea, I was right there in the room. And she goes, you couldn't see what was going on, Mom. And she said, he hurt me. And I said, Chelsea, we're going back right now. And I was literally going to drive across the median on 96. And she said, Mom, please don't do that. I said, why? And she said, because you don't understand. Everybody will know, and everybody will judge me, and the judges will know when I compete. And I said, Chelsea, I can't do that. I have to go back. Mom, please, we'll just find another doctor. And she begged me, and she's hysterical. And I said, okay. I said, I'll talk to your dad about it, but I may end up going back, Chelsea. So she went back to the gym the next day, and I told her coach, his name was Tim, and I told Tim about it. And he said, oh no, that couldn't have happened. I've known Larry for years. And I said, well, Tim, it did happen. So I told him I just wanted him to know what had happened. So when I went up into the balcony and was sitting with the rest of the moms, I said, did any of your girls see Larry Nassar for treatment? And a couple of them said yes. And they said, I said, did they ever say anything about unusual behavior on his part? And they said, no. They gave me this look, and I'm like, you're lying to me. But anyways, that was neither here nor there at the time, because they weren't going to say anything. So her path of destruction was bad. She was doing horrible in school. She had this self-loathing. I had her see a psychiatrist, and it didn't seem to be helping. There was a lot of self-blame. She managed to get through. She had quit gymnastics the following year when she was 13, because she went to a meet here in Lansing at Twistars, I believe it was, and he was there. And she fell off of every apparatus. She did horrible. And she says, I can't do this anymore, because every time I see him, I just flash back to what happened in his office. She made bad decisions. It affected her social life. She started running with bad crowds. She got into drugs, and she never really recovered. The person that was my best friend, we used to do everything together. We would watch movies. We both loved movies. As a matter of fact, I hate to admit it, but on a rainy day, we went to see 4 movies and only paid for one. But We would bake cookies together, and she loved the holidays, and she would decorate the house, and I didn't have to do anything. She just kind of like took over. So she did come out of it a little bit. She had suffered a rape at a concert. That was another thing that compounded her issues. I think the thing that the worst part for her was that this was a man that was supposed to be the best in his field. He was supposed to help her. He was supposed to help her heal. But he didn't. He abused her. He sexually abused her, and he had the audacity to do that while I was sitting right there in the room. I know that the other girls have similar stories. We all have the same story. But for my daughter, it just became a serious bout of depression. And so in 2009, she took her own life because she couldn't deal with the pain anymore. It'll be 10 years in March that I lost my baby. She was 23 years old. She would have been 33 now. And every day I miss her. Every day. And it all started with him. It all started with him. It just became worse as the years went by until she couldn't deal with it anymore. And you don't know what it's like to be at work and get a call to come home immediately. And you know the mother's instinct tells you something's wrong. And you pull up in your driveway and the medical examiner is there. And your daughter's in a body bag. And they're loading her into the van. It has destroyed our family. We used to be so close. My husband and I went through 4 years of intense therapy trying to deal with all this until I could finally accept the fact that this was not my fault. It was the fault of Larry Nassar that started all this with my daughter. And as you can see, she turned into a beautiful young lady who was really, really sick. And that's my story for her.
Ma'am, I am so very sorry for the loss of your beautiful daughter. I know she's with you now. I'm proud of your words on her behalf.
I thought that was the last thing I could do for her. The very last thing. Nothing more.
And you did it so very well. Suicide is never the answer, but trying to escape something like what your daughter went through is difficult. I know that you tried, and she knows that you tried, but some things can't be undone, and that's why we're here. Someday you'll be reunited with your beautiful daughter. I'm sure she will thank you, but I'm sure she is hugging you right now.
I hope so.
I can see it, ma'am. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Next.
Judge, the next young woman is a minor, and she does wish to be identified publicly. I'd ask that she and her parents both come up, please, before we identify them.
Let me address the parents first. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth on the penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please state and spell your name for the record.
My first name is Christine, Christine. Last name Capua, C-A-P-U-A.
Thank you.
Tim, T-I-M, C-A-P-U-A.
Thank you. And you are the mother of this beautiful young woman?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And you're the father?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how old is she?
17.
And you are giving your permission for her to publicly speak, to have her voice and face heard by the world?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, and no one's forced, threatened, or coerced you or promised you anything for this. Is that correct, Mom?
That's correct.
That's correct, Dad?
Correct.
All right. You may stay up here with her, or you may have a seat, whatever your preference is. That's fine. And, ma'am, you ready at this point?
I am.
Okay, I need a nice loud voice. I think you have one of those timid voices. I need you to be heard. That's why you're here. And go at a pace that is not too fast, because I see you have a statement there to read. So watch your pace. All right, please state and spell your name for the record, and then you may proceed.
I'm Jade Capua, J-A-D-E-C-A-P-U-A.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Your Honor, life through a child's eyes is a place where bad things don't make sense. Rarely do you see or hear of a child that doesn't smile at the thought of life. A child is just what I was, a 13-year-old who didn't see the world as a terrifying place. Not until I was faced with a life-changing experience that stole my innocence far too young. Not until the day that you, Mr. Nassar, violated the right to be called a doctor and took something from I and all of the other strong women that stand behind me today. I was in a state of great desperation when I paid my visit to Dr. Nassar, or as he liked his patients to refer to him, Larry. Prior to my visit, I had been recommended by gymnastics coaches. I heard words such as, "You'll love him. He's a miracle worker. He can fix anyone or anything." Thinking back to these words filling my naive mind, all I can think of is how this man, someone who held oh so many high credentials, was the monster who left me with more pain and scars than I came to his office with. The pain of never trusting someone physically again, and the scars of being touched and exposed in places that were completely inappropriate. That day in the office is a day that will never be forgotten. My family and I drove from Naperville, Illinois to Mr. Nassar's office at the Michigan State Facility in Lansing, Michigan. I can't begin to explain the feeling I had moments after this immoral act had been performed. I got a moment to myself after the assault when I sat in the bathroom at the facility. I sat there in great disbelief, complete shock, and total humiliation. I couldn't fathom the idea of what had just occurred. There isn't a day that goes by since July 1st, 2013 that I don't cringe at the disturbing violation that this man had put me through. This horrific headline had finally reached the media 3 years later of too many girls losing something that should have never been stolen: innocence, privacy, safety, and trust. One day, about 3 weeks after this had initially hit the news, I was sitting in English class, and we were discussing the meaning of the word depravity. This word means wickedness or performing morally corrupt acts. The example my English teacher gave to further explain this disturbing word was this. The other day, I saw in the news that an Olympic gymnastics doctor had. That was the moment I was dreading. That moment where I had become the victim of a heartbreaking news story that my English teacher was casually discussing in class. Of course she was unaware. Everyone was. My face was filled with terror and panic as soon as the words Olympic gymnastics doctor filled the room. I sat in my desk shaking as if I was back in that office being violated. I previously described how this event stole my innocence, and that is what carries with me to this day. For years, I was afraid to give myself and my trust to anyone. I wasn't willing to be hurt again. I had tried to hold on to every bit of innocence I felt I had left. I was terrified to date anyone because I knew that physically and mentally I couldn't get past this internal barrier. I was afraid to lose myself to another person who didn't deserve it. Last year, I found someone who took me in and handled me with great care. I learned to trust his loving arms and appreciate the endless love he had for me despite my intimacy issues. I finally feel as though I got my innocence back. I gained back what I lost unexpectedly, and I'm grateful for that every day. I'm speaking on behalf of all the girls who experienced this tragedy, whether it was one time or multiple times. Once is far too much to be put through. Some may be scared to share their experience. I was. I still am sometimes. There are some days that this horrifying experience fills my brain and I can't think about anything else. It left a mental scar that unfortunately will always be something that happened. However, I'm a strong believer that wounds heal into scars, and these scars become stories that you share and heal from each day as time goes on. A voice must be heard in order for all these victims of this tragic event to reach a level of closure. Justice must be served. I'm speaking to all the parents out there, including my own, who could have been in the very room that this event happened, but was manipulated into believing that Mr. Nassar was healing us, as any normal doctor is supposed to do. You are not to blame. I can tell you that the thought of, well, if my parents would have just done, has never crossed my brain, and I can speak on behalf of other daughters that experienced this as well. To all the significant others of these girls, nothing means more to them than the way you love them and show them how to love themselves. That is only going to help us heal. So thank you to both parents and significant others for going through these horrifying events with us and being there as a shoulder to cry on or a hand to squeeze tight. To all of the girls that have shown so much bravery throughout this, I could not be more proud of each and every one of you. Although I may not know each of you personally, I can stand here and say that you are all my heroes. Lastly, a few words to Mr. Larry Nassar. You broke and shattered a lot of girls. You manipulated us to trust you because you're a doctor, and doctors do no wrong, only heal. You are not a healer. You performed acts of depravity just as my English teacher described. You are also the one that must face what you have done for the rest of your life. I am no longer broken by you. Every day I grow in new strength and look into the mirror to see a strong, unbreakable person. Nothing will ever take away what you have done to me or to the others that stand behind me. However, we can walk free and radiate the strength that we have gained from your horrific acts, something you will never be able to do. Although I no longer see the world through a child's eyes, I have become this powerful individual that is taking this opportunity to speak for what I believe in. I am not the only one who suffered from these acts, and I know that this is not an easy thing to hear. The fact of the matter is that it doesn't matter if this topic is uncomfortable to listen to or discuss. It is something that happened and needs to be addressed. I am hopeful that this letter not only speaks to those in this room or those involved with this case, but to anyone who hears of these headlines. These acts were completely immoral and horrific, and I am confident that Mr. Nassar will get what he deserves. In the meantime, I hope that the effects that this tragedy has had on young girls is strong enough to make a change. Initially, when I was asked if I wanted to remain anonymous when I read my letter today, I immediately thought yes. This is something about me that I have always been afraid to share with people. I couldn't help but fear that people were going to look at me differently when this was nothing. This was something that I did not ask to happen to me. After thinking about it and taking time to cope with facing this fear of mine, I decided to finally put a name to it. I am Jade Capua, and I am a survivor. Thank you.
Yes, you are, ma'am. And I'm really proud of your bravery and standing up for not just all of the other victims, but for people who have yet to come forward, not just in this case, but in all cases. Sadly, as you've recognized and the other victims have recognized, you're not alone in this. It happens all the time, and unfortunately here it was with a trusted doctor who shouldn't have been trusted. I can also see, as you read your statement, I know you don't have eyes in the back of your head, but I watch the faces of your parents. They're also emotionally distraught, but so very proud of you. I can see it. And that's so important to have them as your backup, your main people, and they're there. Your scar turned into a powerful voice. You're using it. You're a role model. You're a hero for all children without voices and your fellow victims. So I applaud you being here today, making the decision to go public. It makes a difference. It's that rippling effect that will go on, not just in America, but I think around the nation, in every country. So thank you for your bravery.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Alexis Moore, and she is an adult, and she has decided to be publicly identified as well.
Thank you. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Alexis Moore, Alexis, Moore, Moore.
Thank you. You may proceed.
December 16th, 2016. I woke up from a nightmare, sweating yet chilled to the core. I knew. After months of defending the mastermind, I knew I was one of them. That afternoon, thousands of graphic images were found on multiple computers and media devices. I still think about that intuition daily. For years, Mr. Nassar convinced me that he was the only person who could help me recover from multiple serious injuries. To me, he was like a knight in shining armor. But alas, that shine blinded me from the abuse. He betrayed my trust, took advantage of my youth, and sexually abused me hundreds of times. For this, I believe that Mr. Nassar deserves the maximum sentence for which his actions deserve. As a nation, we need to take control. Sexual offenders need to know that they cannot continue with the crimes they are committing, and that no matter how long it takes for a survivor to come forward, their crimes will be exposed and their actions will be admonished. Sexual assault and harassment should not be a part of our culture. Master Nassar should never be allowed to look at, talk to, or touch another young person again. I was the innocent 9-year-old with a broken pelvis that was willing to trust and allow the doctor to do anything to help it feel better. I had no reason not to. He treated a few of my cousins. He was friends with my mom and aunts. He had pictures of Olympians and thank you notes from floor to ceiling in the MSU Sports Medicine office. I gazed at them during every appointment. I knew the story behind many of the portraits. He shared them with me. I was the 18-year-old preparing to go away to college, apprehensive and just hoping my body would be able to withstand 4 more years of the sport that defined my life. 10 years of abuse and neglect. I don't like the word victim. Being a victim implies a desire for pity. I am a survivor, but more so I am me, and those 10 years are a part of my story. They have helped to define who I am today. Today I am more guarded than I was a year ago, but I am also wiser and more aware. Today it is my job to be an even better role model and mentor, and to be an advocate in saying that this does not define the sport of gymnastics or the medical profession. I have the honor of working with young girls every day. They listen to what I say, get notifications every time I post to Instagram, analyze what I do, pick up on my vocabulary and copy how I dress. It is my job to teach them to be humble and kind, strong-willed and determined, gritty and confident. It is my job to teach these girls that they can be the most powerful,
amazing, and influential humans if they so choose, and to help them realize that they have a voice and they have the ability to stand up for what they believe in. It is my job to ensure that every 9-year-old I work with knows that she has an amazing future ahead of her, and to ensure that every 18-year-old I know realizes that she has the power to define who she is, that no matter what she goes through, she will always have people in her corner, and she should have faith to help her get through it. It is not my job to point out the flaws in the system and what others could have done to protect my innocence. That truth will one day be exposed. But it is my job to make a difference and an impact on the world, and to help stop monster-like humans from abusing their power. I am working on forgiving you, Mr. Nassar. One day I will be able to, but I will never forget what you have done. I must ask you this. Are you remorseful for your actions and all of the lives that you have changed forever? Do you regret misusing your medical dominance? I could hear it in your voice that November day when you pled guilty. You are sorry for the pain that you have caused. You had the same sincerity as you told me the story of why you blame yourself for sweet Caroline's birth story, as you hugged me at your brother Mike's funeral, and all of those times you told me I just needed to rest and could not compete. Saying that you did nothing for me would be a lie. You helped to heal me, my fragile bones, that is. You shared your knowledge and gave me some invaluable advice. But you also abused your power and my trust in you, and that is not okay. My love for humanity is greater than the fear of the unknown. My voice is louder than my inner thoughts. My hope for change is more prevailing than my desire to ask, why me? Why was I the 9-year-old? This past year I have had countless somber days and incredibly long, sleepless nights. I've clenched my jaw as I heard strangers wonder how he really did what he did, and turned the other way as I saw his face on the front page of the newspaper in the gas station. I have held back tears when friends asked how I was holding up. I have looked into my parents' hardened eyes, seeing their pain from now knowing that their only child was molested right in front of them in the same room. When no one is around, I have cried and sobbed, felt a rush of every emotion, and solidified my belief that I have the most amazing family and an incredible circle of friends. And I have had to think through and talk about the hundreds of appointments and Nassar home visits, and cringe at all of the times I should have said something about the improper treatments and oath-breaking moments. But I didn't, and I cannot look back anymore. I am determined to be more involved in making this world a better place. I can use my voice, my education, and my experiences to help stop females and males alike from not standing up for themselves and others. After all, darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here, for your words, for allowing the world to hear them. You certainly are that pillar of strength, that role model, that mentor. Such insight for such a young person. That's a gift. You've chosen to accept that gift and not let it destroy you, and I'm so proud of you and honored to know you.
Thank you.
And I hope that everyone you come in contact with recognizes what a privilege it is to know you.
Thanks.
Thank you for being here.
Your Honor, the next two survivors that will be speaking are going to come up together. They're friends. They are both being identified publicly, and so I'd like for Megan Ginter and Catherine Gordon to come up together, please. Okay. Megan is going to speak first. I have her photograph at the time or the age of the abuse on the screen, and I will present Kate, I know her by, when she speaks as well. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. It's lovely that you're both up here together as friends. If you want to stand closer to your friend, you may. It's up to you. All right. Could you please state and spell your name for the
Yes.
record?
It's Megan Ginter, Megan Ginter.
Thank you. You may proceed.
My name is Megan Ginter. I recently turned 18 years old and I'm currently a senior in high school in Columbus, Ohio. Beginning at age 10, I began to have intense pain in my right hip. My love for sports and anything active blossomed while I was young.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand you. Can you speak up just a little
Yeah.
bit and maybe slow down?
Let's just have you pull the microphone a little bit closer to you from the bottom. Yes, a little bit closer and raise it.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And just speak a little bit slower and louder. We're good. I know there's that cheerleader voice in you, and
Yeah.
that's what I need. Can you do that for me?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Much better. Thank you.
Do you want me to start over?
No, it's, how about beginning at age 10, I began having intense pain in
Yep.
my
Beginning at age 10, I began to have intense pain in my right hip. My love for sports and anything active blossomed while I was young. I participated in various sports, but especially loved gymnastics, track, and horseback riding. However, as time progressed and my pain became worse, I struggled to participate, gradually quitting almost everything I was involved in. It was difficult trying to be at peace with my circumstances, while my friends were able to do anything without limits while I fought to walk without a limp. Physically, I was in severe pain, and mentally, I was a broken mess. By the time I was 13, I had visited doctor after doctor, none of which could help me. My pain progressively got worse. Doctors attempted procedures hoping to cure my hip pain, but these tests were often in vain and caused even more damage. A failed MRI with injected contrast left me with paralyzed nerves in my leg, which to this day still affects me. I will never forget how the doctor lifted me up into his arms because I was unable to move. Not only were the tests and multiple misdiagnoses difficult to digest as a child, but the brutal honesty of doctors hurt. I was told by a doctor in Cincinnati to take up an instrument because you won't be walking in the future. I remember sobbing on the way home, believing my life would never be normal. I wanted to give up in the worst way and admit defeat, to take the easy route and try to survive enduring the pain. Following this, my mom reached out to the OSU gymnastics coach asking for recommendations for doctors, assuming the hip pain came from an injury involving the competitive gymnastics I had participated in for more than 6 years. She was given Dr. Nassar's name. In the early spring of 2013, I went to Lansing, Michigan to seek treatment from Dr. Nassar twice. At the age of 13, Dr. Nassar touched me sexually while my mom was in the room taking notes. He had me angled away so that she wasn't able to see what he was doing to me. The initial appointment was very long and he repeatedly abused me. He also abused me on the next visit. I do not want to describe the abuse in detail. I do not want these images on paper nor replayed in my mind, although I have night terrors that all too easily bring me back to my appointments. What hurts the most about this whole situation is how Dr. Nassar knew of my emotional vulnerability and took advantage of me. I was only a child. I eventually saw Dr. Ira Zoltz in Detroit, Michigan. After 5 long years of seeing new doctors, Dr. Zoltz correctly diagnosed my hip pain as hip dysplasia. In December 2014, at the age of 15, I underwent a major hip surgery. My childhood prior to the abuse encaptures a long journey of physical pain intertwined with emotional suffering, and the abuse only made things a million times worse. Following the abuse, I pulled away from my family. At only 13, I didn't quite understand what was happening, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never tell anybody. I was ashamed, both embarrassed and disgusted in myself rather than at Larry. At the time, I was in 7th grade. School became increasingly difficult after the abuse as my anxiety spiked along with my new constant need for perfection. I felt anxious around my male teachers. I felt out of control and took any opportunity to feel like I had composure and control in my own life. I fell into poor eating patterns, relying on physical starvation to find the control that I craved. I became severely depressed and was suicidal for a very long period of time. In the few years after the abuse, I pushed any thought of the abuse away, refusing to acknowledge what I had gone through. However, as time progressed, I wasn't able to continue to ignore what had happened. 3 months ago, I told my mom about what had happened at my appointments. The abuse infiltrated my thoughts on a daily basis, and I finally felt the need to tell somebody. I had just been a psychiatrist who was puzzled about my recurring night terrors that were seemingly out of nowhere.
Can you slow down just a little bit?
Sorry.
I know you're nervous, and I appreciate you talking publicly.
Yeah.
Just a little slower. Thank you.
My mom blamed the episodes on anti-anxiety medication I'd been taking long-term. On the car ride home following my appointment, I quietly told my mom that I knew why I was having night terrors and that they weren't about murder as I'd previously told her and my doctor. Rather, they encaptured graphic details of the abuse I had endured. Before telling her who it was that had sexually abused me, she began questioning me about who the abuser was, rattling off names, including the name of relatives, neighbors, teachers, my dad. It was hard enough telling her who had abused me, but it was absolutely devastating telling her that she'd been in the room. Since telling my mom about the abuse, I have difficulties living presently, often resorting to an emotional numbness and depersonalization to get through each day. I am still fighting with my emotions, learning how to become more vulnerable once again. I feel that by sharing my story today, I am proving that I am still capable of being vulnerable. I suffer from PTSD and anxiety. I experience flashbacks. I have vivid night terrors most nights where I wake up paralyzed with panic. I still struggle with perfectionism. The abuse may have happened nearly 5 years ago, but I am still affected every single day. I now attend weekly therapy sessions. I am often fearful of men and often struggle to withhold panic during conversation and touch with any male, especially doctors. I recently struggled when I had a male physical therapist and was unable to overcome the discomfort associated with his touch, although I knew I was safe. I do not allow myself to get close enough to anybody to have anything but a superficial relationship, and I cannot bear the thought of intimacy at this point. I cannot imagine getting over the abuse, but I'm hoping to progress in therapy with support and on my own so that I am able to live comfortably, something I've not been able to do in a very long time. I make myself clear in saying that I have been sexually abused because I am no longer ashamed of my past. I hope that I'm able to contribute to ending the stigma of sexual abuse within our society. I'm expressing my vulnerability as to encourage those who feel insecure about any issue they feel they must hide because of how our culture has made them feel. I have been sexually abused by Larry Nassar, but I will not let what happened define me. I will persist until I get the closure that I need and learn to view the abuse as something that has given me strength, rather than something that has defeated me. I kept silent for years because I was so ashamed, allowing you to hold the power over me. I am no longer the naive and humiliated child I once was. I am a brave young woman. Your actions have ultimately created a large army of strong, courageous, powerful young women who will stand together and fight against you until we have found the justice that we deserve. I am done being ashamed of something that was out of my control. Today marks the beginning of a new era where I embrace an authentic version of myself, flaws and all.
Ma'am, was that the end? All right, do you need a minute? All right. Thank you for coming here and openly talking. You are not alone, nor is your mother. Yours is a story we have heard now dozens of times over. You have nothing and never had anything to be ashamed about. Defendant is the one who needs to be ashamed. I don't know if he feels ashamed or not. We're never going to know. I don't know if he feels at all. I know you feel. And what you should feel is proud and brave and strong and tall and so powerful. He will never do anything like that to anyone again. You're safe here now. Your abuser cannot ever reach you. And I will take into consideration your wonderful statement. You said you were vulnerable. Everyone's vulnerable. It's what you do with those vulnerabilities. And what you have done is made yourself powerful and full of armor, but not armor where you have to hide. Your intelligence puts you amongst a very large army of survivors who will keep talking and protecting others, and that's a huge role and responsibility that you've owned, and you're up to the challenge. And I so thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Catherine Gordon, KATHERENEGORDON.
What would you like us to know?
Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak today. When I decided to write an impact statement, I truly didn't know where to begin. Words can hardly describe the turmoil that results from a situation such as this. However, I was reminded of something that I wrote a little over a month ago, after being struck by a friend's poem regarding sexual assault. Instead of writing a new statement, I decided to bring what I had written in response to her words. Growing up, sexual assault was a vague and distant topic. Young girls are taught to believe that it's easily recognizable. It's the rough man yelling profanities. It's the crestfallen, dejected girl lying huddled in the corner of a dark room. At least that's what it's like in movies, TV shows, the news. It's never the celebrity of a doctor that you've been going to for years. It's never the man that you trust and frankly pity. It's never a revolutionary new medical procedure that might feel funny. At least that's not what we're taught to believe. You never see a 13-year-old girl lying on an examination table, her mother seated in a chair beside her. You never see that same young girl telling lies through clenched teeth, insisting that the technique worked just to stop his prying. You never see the girl who knew it wasn't right, but didn't necessarily know if it was wrong. It's never a girl crying in the passenger seat of the car, her mother insisting that it was just an awkward procedure, it's over now. But in reality, it never is. It's that unidentified weight on your chest, a phrase rattling in its cage, but never escaping. It doesn't escape, not for 4 years. An accusation in the news is a key in the lock, but the hinges still stiff with incognizance. It's distant until it's not. It's distant until you realize that each girl in the news is a broken mirror, and you're left staring into each and every one, puzzling together the fragments of your own familiar face. Then suddenly it's there. It's the door of that rattling cage blown open, and a million tiny creatures of a phrase clawing at your shell. It's sexual assault. It's sitting in the school library, missing out on memories of your last year of high school, just so you can check in on your mother, who blames herself for not recognizing the truth. It's losing touch with friends, interests, and hobbies, a slowly loosening grip on the things that had once been so reliable. Every story was a new layer of reality, a mess of truth scrawled in dark ink on pages of a story that I had previously viewed with innocent oblivion. It was manipulation, a scheme, a plot to gain trust, and it worked. It worked on me, and it worked on countless others. Now, a man will sit in prison with the ghosts of these girls' innocence walking through the walls of his cell. He's taking us with him, our childhoods, our lives, our abilities to trust, and with him they'll stay. We don't need these aspects of ourselves anymore. Let them live their miserable lives with this man. What we need is change. We need understanding. We need compassion, not for ourselves, but for our daughters, for our daughters' daughters, because even if I can never trust again, maybe they will. Thank you.
That was outstanding, ma'am. What you've done, you are the voice of change, but not just for the future. Now things are going to change because of your courage, and Megan's courage, and everybody's courage. And of course, Rachel being that first one to ring the bell. You all have now rung the bell. The bells will not stop ringing for change. change, your voices, loud and strong, in this courtroom are going to ring for a very long time. You are not broken. You are strong. I see a whole mirror with a whole person, a whole body, an intelligent mind. I hope that you have now in this courtroom let go of that heavy weight on your chest. That you leave it here with defendant. That both of you can walk here light-footed, walk out of this courtroom light-footed, and do great things in the world, because I know that's where you're headed. Defendant started on a path to do great things, ended doing harmful things, and he will be placed behind bars for the rest of his life. I'll make my decision on sentencing, but I appreciate your input in my decision, both of you. I'm very honored that both of you stand here together in front of me and proud of each of you. Thank you.
Judge, I want to make sure before we introduce the next speaker and do logistics. Thank you, Your Honor. The next statement will be read by our victim advocate, Rebecca Snyder. She is reading the statement of another survivor who has gone from being anonymous to being publicly identified. This is the statement of Caitlin Hall, who is present in the courtroom.
Thank you. Could you please spell her name?
Katlynne, Hall, Hall.
Thank you. Thank you for reading her statement, and thanks to her, wherever she is, that she is present. Thank you.
I am 18 years old, and I am a victim of sexual abuse. Actually, I'm a survivor because I refuse to let him continue to make me his victim. I had been his patient since I was 8 years old, but the abuse, quote, didn't start until I was 13 years old. 13 years old. He continued to sexually abuse me for 3.5 years. He explained, quote, almost everything he was doing in the treatments, pressure points and realignments, but at that age, I had no idea that the penetration was not a valid treatment. I was too embarrassed to speak to my parents or friends or coaches about what he was doing. I've gone through counseling, was diagnosed with depression and anxiety, and I am still learning how his abuse has affected me. I continue to struggle with flashbacks, sleeplessness, trust issues, and difficulties with concentration. I also continue to take antidepressants daily to help manage these symptoms. My parents want me to begin counseling again, but I don't think I'm ready to talk about the abuse yet. Maybe never. How do you even begin that conversation with anyone? You can't begin to imagine how hard it was to even tell my parents what had happened and then watch them cry and struggle with their own guilt. Through this process, I lost the one thing I truly loved and excelled at, gymnastics. Instead of continuing treatments that were never intended to help me heal, I decided to retire from gymnastics. I could not stand the thought of walking into his office one more time or having him place his hands on me and in me one more time. So I walked away. It was a decision no 16-year-old should ever have to make. I have so many questions and what ifs. What if I had asked to go to another doctor? Would I have been able to fulfill my dream of competing as a college gymnast? What if I had told someone what he was doing? How many other little girls would have been saved from his abuses? What if someone would have taken the very first allegation seriously? Would I have been abused? Your Honor, I respectfully request that he be given the maximum sentence so he can never harm another child like me again. It may take a lifetime to recover, and I hope that if and when that time comes, he is still behind bars, exactly where he belongs. Caitlin Hall.
Thank you. Caitlin, I take you and your words and what happened very seriously. So does law enforcement. So do the people. I think everybody here takes it very, very seriously. You're not alone. You have your sister survivors. I want you to know your words have helped others to not be embarrassed. You should not be embarrassed. You didn't do anything wrong. Defendant did. And what you are doing in your statement is making it very clear to others who haven't been able to speak out for the same reason, embarrassment. You're sending the message, don't be embarrassed, cry out, there's help. And those who do this should be punished, should be sentenced, should have to hear the words of the people they abused. I will consider your words in my sentencing, and I thank you for being brave enough to speak out. Next.
Judge, the next survivor to speak is Anya Gillengarten, and she's accompanied by her parents and her boyfriend. And I've also displayed a photograph of Anya at the age of the abuse.
Thank you. You may all come closer next to her. You're here to support her. And you're so tiny in. Can I just ask you before you speak to just move that? Yes, very good. Looks like you've done that before. All right. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, and thank you so much for being here.
My name is Anya, A-N-Y-A, Gillengerten, Gillengerten.
What would you like me to know?
Sorry, I'm kind of a wreck. Until now, I haven't told anybody about this part of my life. Not my parents, my friends, or even counselors. The shame that began 16 years ago has remained a deep, dark secret inside of me. But I would like to tell you, my name is Anya. I'm not a number. And I currently work for Michigan State University, and I struggled coming and bringing forth my statement because I didn't want to lose my job. But through the support of many, including all of the wonderful women involved in this case, and for the sake of all the little girls in leotards, I have to report this. I was a gymnast at Mason High School. I was in the all-time top 10 for beam. At the age of 16, I was in a minor car accident in the winter. I went through the fence and I hit a tree. Even though my muscles were sore, I competed the next day. As many of you know, gymnasts always push through the pain. I injured my spine at that meet, and later on I learned I had fractured my bottom 3 discs and suffered nerve damage. I actually had to go and get nerves cauterized in my spine. My parents took me to several doctor's appointments, but my pain remained. We had tried acupuncture, massage, chiropractic, reflexology, and the list goes on. We continued to look for other options. Then my pediatrician referred me to Dr. Larry Nassar, the Dr. Larry Nassar, the best gymnastics doctor in the United States, in the world, who was finally going to help me. We were so honored that this renowned gymnastics coach was willing to take me under his care. It was like our prayers had finally been answered. This amazing doctor was willing to take time out of his busy schedule to help me. It was like a dream came true. He had such high hopes. In fact, he cared so much he was willing to go above and beyond and squish me in between patients right before a big gymnastics meet. Later, he was willing to stay late after hours. He began fitting me in at the end of the day, after my gymnastic practices, even after all the rest of the staff at the medical center had left. By doing this, I didn't even have to sign in or pay a copay. He was doing us a favor and not charging us, and that's what he told me. On top of that, on the days he was at the whole high school as their trainer, we could stop by and he could make some adjustments. Remember, he'd say, "Oh, bring your friend Danielle. She's also a patient of mine, and I can treat you both after school." And everyone here on Tuesday met Danielle. Dr. Danielle Moore, the one who convinced me to report you. Larry gave us gifts, backpacks, shirts, a water bottle. He dumbed down his medical terms and was really goofy with us to try to get us to trust him, and we did. The one thing that always sticks in my mind was at the end of every appointment, he would give me this really long hug and assure me that everything was going to be okay and that we were on the right track, and I always felt sick about that hug. Now I'd like to share the life that Larry has created for me. He began by molesting me. The details not any different than you have heard by all of the other victims. I have lost all trust in the medical field. I've not had a primary care doctor since my pediatrician, and I'm now 33. Since my spine injury that you promised to fix, I have spent about 90% of my life with debilitating migraines. I lose vision and I vomit and it goes on for days. I can't describe the pain. 3 years ago I moved in with my boyfriend, and I have missed countless hours I could spend with his children that I love as my own because I'm locked in a dark room and I can't tolerate any noise. I usually squint because light intensifies migraines to nearly unbearable heights. And people keep telling me that I need to smile, as apparently I have an unintentional scowl on my face. My job requires great customer service, and it's hard to fake that smile when I'm in so much pain. I have gone to the ER a few times when there are no other options, but I was dragged there kicking and screaming. My anxiety in the waiting room is through the roof, and I have panic attacks. The anxiety that has overtaken my life, the closer it came to the trial, the worse my anxiety got, the more panic attacks I suffered. There's days that I can't even drive a car because my anxiety level is so high that I'm fearful I might panic and lock up in fear and be unable to keep control of the car. The worst part is that I lost out on a relationship with my brother Jake. I was too scared to tell anybody, but one day he came to my room and he saw me bawling my eyes out and he asked me what was wrong. And all I could tell him was that Larry Nassar touched me inappropriately. I couldn't go into details, and he was the only person I told until I was 31. He was my big brother and I looked up to him and I needed him to take care of me. Although he tried his very best, I couldn't open up. I remember the day that was the turning point in our relationship. We were at church, and after the service, he came up behind me and poked me on my sides just to tickle me a little bit, and I spun around and I slapped him so hard right across the face. And I ran off crying, and I couldn't handle a male touching me, even though it was just my brother. Sorry. And I didn't understand at the time, but I put all that resentment with the whole entire situation on my brother, and I ruined our relationship. My parents didn't know what was wrong. I was just acting like an insanely emotional teenage girl with anger issues. I was taught to love God with all my heart, but I thought the things that he did to me would send me to hell. I couldn't tell my parents what he did because I didn't want them to know that I had already failed them and God and would spend eternity in hell. All of this not my choice. And as an adult, I know that sounds silly, but I grew up extremely sheltered. I had never kissed a boy at that point. I had never seen a gynecologist. I hadn't even taken sex education at school because my parents didn't feel that teaching of safe sex was appropriate. I had no idea. what was supposed to be going on in a doctor's appointment, but I trusted you. From my child's point of view, what kind of a God allows a monster to molest a child? And since there were no other options, and believe me, I prayed like no one could pray, I had to return again and again, countless times, until I was ultimately broken. My prayers were not answered, and my dream had turned into a nightmare. In high school, I started cutting. That was my way of turning emotional pain into physical pain, hoping for any kind of relief. My family had to learn to readjust how they approached every single situation around me without knowing what was actually wrong. And most of my teen years were spent feeling I was a failure and an embarrassment to my family. I developed an eating disorder, and I weighed under 70 pounds when I graduated high school. It was a really, really confusing time for everyone since I wasn't able to talk about it. My mom asked me over and over again what happened, and all I could describe was that I was hurting, and she just thought I meant my back. My family had suffered the most. I lashed out at all of the ones that I loved because I knew they wouldn't leave me. I was a happy, fun-loving, bubbly little girl turned into a depressed, bitter mess of a person. Larry stole my childhood, my innocence, my virginity, and my self-worth. Somewhere along the way, I completely lost myself. Through all the depression and pain, I hated myself. I still do. I was in a downward spiral of self-punishment and destruction. I became introverted and isolated. I cut ties with pretty much all of my friends, and I just disappeared. No explanation. And at one point, I refused to leave my house for over a month. I found working late-night jobs were the best for me because I didn't have to have interaction with a lot of people. Eventually, I took up drinking. If I could get drunk enough, I could pass out and I wouldn't feel the pain, mental or physical. But that eventually was not enough, and I attempted suicide in college. I slashed my wrists, and I was rushed to the hospital by an ambulance. Why couldn't I get a handle on the things that controlled my every waking hour? I didn't know how to talk about it. I couldn't make the pain and the fear go away. I ended up in a very abusive and dangerous marriage, and it was absolutely terrible. I must have done something terribly wrong to deserve this. I suffered for 16 years with the constant back pain, and now I have sciatic nerve pain, which is making it really hard to walk. But this has been the hardest year of my entire life. I've not had a good night's sleep since his name was first shown up in the news. This thing I thought I had buried was resurfaced. I remember being at work, and I was checking my work email, and a picture of Larry popped up on my screen with a note from President Simon. I went cold for a second, and then a rush of heat came over my body, and I just started sweating, and I almost threw up right there at my desk at work. I suddenly felt like everybody knew my secret. I felt like the university found out about me, and they were notifying me personally. I was terrified. Then I spent hours at the police station hashing over the little details that I spent 16 years trying to forget. For an entire year, I tried to stay off the internet because every 10 minutes something else popped up in the news. I couldn't even get on Facebook without seeing his face plastered everywhere. Sometimes I'd fall apart at work, the gas station, a grocery store, the county fair, and the emergency room, and countless other places. It's been a horrible journey, and I'm glad it's almost over. Larry, my life with you is over. Raising children with Bill, I see how my behavior has affected the children in my new family. I decided I have to take on the demon. So just this past December, I'm going to toot my own horn, I started seeing a female chiropractor. And this month, I went by myself with no support person at all. I have obtained a female primary care doctor, and I'm on medicine to help with my depression. And this would not be possible if the courageous group of people hadn't come forward to end this battle and win this fight. I can't thank my family enough for being here for me. I want my parents to know that I never thought it was their fault. I never once blamed them, and I was angry and upset, and I may have lashed out, but never once thought it was their fault. So please know through this that we have become a stronger family. I have many scars to remind me every day that I'm a fighter, that I'm supposed to be here, and that I matter. But most importantly, I've learned it wasn't me. It was not me, and I can say that knowing it was not me. And to hear all of these other women telling your story gives me hope. Another part that does help give me any sort of sleep through this entire thing is knowing that our 8-year-old daughter will never see you. She will never meet a terrible monster like you. And so not to just my family, but to all the support people in our lives, thank you for not giving up on us. Thank you for taking our pain onto your shoulders. And thank you, Your Honor, for letting us have a voice to let the world know and learn from this situation. And in closing, Your Honor, I would just like to ask that Mr. Larry Nassar receives the maximum sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. I have heard your very strong voice. And I'm so glad you're on this planet and not another one. Suicide, you know, is not the answer. Do not let him win. God let all of his army of angels, you being one of them, be on earth to reveal what defendant did. And you need to trust that. Your voice has been heard. You are a winner. You found your voice. I know you have a lot of therapy and recovery and all sorts of things to do, but I also see that today, this big weight on you has been lifted. Your face when you approached me was that sour face you talked about. You let go of that.
I feel like I can breathe.
You can breathe. Good for you, ma'am. You let that go, that bitterness. Leave it with him. And you are ready to become that fun, wonderful person that you missed. That little girl in you, the fun one, is still there. And I know you have to share that with your family and your children. Thank you for being that loud voice and for helping all other victims. You are a survivor. Thank you. Congratulations. Next.
I'm quite nervous. I'm not good at public speaking.
Well, you will be now.
I don't have a picture. Okay, I just wanted to confirm. I couldn't remember.
Your Honor,
And you're okay with being identified by public? Okay.
this is Kaylee McDowell, and she is your next survivor, and she is okay with being identified publicly.
All right, thank you. When you came up here, you said you're not good at public speaking.
I'm shaking.
You're shaking, that's okay. I want you to take your time. You're going to have a very fast class in public speaking because you're really speaking to the world. I just need you to speak slowly. If you need to take a break or have a drink, go ahead. Just make sure you keep your voice up. Can you do that?
Of course.
All right.
All right.
I need you to state and spell your name for the record.
All right. I'm Kaylee McDowell, KayleeMcDowell.
Thank you. What would you like me to know?
All right. So I received a quote this morning from a friend of mine who is also, she's anonymous, so she wanted me to read this. And several other girls. You are not a victim for sharing your story. You are a survivor, setting the world on fire with your truth. And you never know who needs your light, warmth, and raging courage. Larry. Lair Bear. You were my dearest friend. From level 5 to level 10. I met you for a heel injury when I was young. There were all signs pointing to you from there and on. You were the one who was here to save me and my gymnastics. You and I had a very special bond from the beginning. You even said it yourself. You told me that I was special and going somewhere fast. I believed you because you believed in me, like everyone else. The abuse started at 12 years old. and continued until I was in high school. You gave me your Olympic jacket with your name on the inside tag after one of our special appointments. You always had my side when John Geddert did not, which was always, and for everyone else in the gym. You had a close bond with John as well. You were dearest friends, yet would talk like he was the devil himself behind his back. Another odd bond there I wish I would have seen. You watched me and took videos of me like I was your own. You had an ownership over me, over all of us, under the rug or under the white hospital sheets. I trusted you with my life. My mom, my dad, my grandma, we all trusted you. They trusted you as if they would trust themselves with you. They trusted you with their own life. You guided me spiritually, physically, and took hold of me emotionally. You had us all fooled, that was for sure. You were still Facebook messaging me the day after you got arrested, Thanksgiving time of 16. You were saying how I should pray for you, and you were glad you at least got to be home with your family for the holiday. I still believed you at the time. And I loved you at the time. Loved you. Then the pornography came out, and police found footage on the GoPro. This was not real medical treatment. My world crashed. Everything I had learned, wanted, and dreamed about is changed. Are these things the things that I still want? I thought I wanted to be a doctor. You told me, you showed me everything. You showed me every part, every ligament, every bone, every muscle on my own body. You taught me that. I wanted to be like you, a man of honor and passion. Am I on your GoPro? Because I was one of your closest little friends. I saw you 3 times a week, at least, if it be at the gym on Monday nights, your house, my house in front of my parents, but so hidden in plain sight. My parents feel that they have failed me because of your master manipulation. My mom and dad think that this is their fault. They are suffering so bad, just like I am. And I know that you know I am. This is not their fault. They suffer along with my brothers, my boyfriend, my friends, and myself. Sometimes you would sneak me into the back door at MSU Sports Medicine, invitationals or Holt High School football games where I graduated in 15. You educated our athletic trainers for years and worked on me during the games in the back football room where the boys undressed. There were some Mondays after practice I would be the last one on the list, which I was because Larry so graciously asked me to stay. Sometimes until midnight, because he needed to work on me longer, massage me longer. As another sister survivor said, in and out. In and out. You get the picture. I'm sure everyone else does. A typical Monday night, I was at the gym, 3:30 to 8 p.m. for practice, then another 4 hours of waiting, doing my homework while I was spending more time with the girls at the gym. 25 plus hours wasn't enough, but we loved every minute of it. And lately we're reconnecting stronger and bigger than ever. After our long play dates, we could now call them, you would tape me up and drive me home after an hour or 2 hours long of examinations. I remember you having to shave my pubic hair because you needed to put tape so high and so far up into my vaginal area and my anus. How nice of you, a butt lift and a tape job all in one. Larry Nassar, you sexually, mentally, and physically abused me. Hundreds of times. Without gloves, lubricant, or proper sanitation. Lubricant came naturally, as I'm sure all the adults in this room can imagine. Larry, you had me so wrapped around your finger in a time that I completely was blind to this world. I was young, hadn't quit gymnastics yet, gone to college or cosmetology school, all of which you wrote recommendations for me. What did you expect? Well, you expected exactly what you got. A man your age knows exactly how fragile and gullible a 12-year-old girl is. A mastermind of all kinds. You truly are. Did you really read the whole Bible? Did that get you through your second try at school? You told me you did, and you made fun of me for not knowing exactly what Bible I was reading. That sticks with me. Reading about the Lord and all of His goodness He shares with us even after you failed the first time. I was reading it, wasn't I? Shouldn't you be proud of me? Thanks for now ensuring me the strongest faith I could possibly have at 21 years old. I have a faith that I will survive this and come out stronger than I can imagine standing here today. In a sense, Larry, you stripped me from my virginity, something so extraordinary for me. I was saving it for marriage at the time. As I got older, I started to understand my own body a little bit better. I became self-conscious and anxious. Why was I so self-conscious being a gymnast with a beautiful, strong, healthy body? Because of you, Larry. You. You stripped me from my own skin. From every single part of my body, including the most sacred ones. I feel dirty even after scrubbing my skin raw in the hot shower. By the way, I hope you enjoy the cold ones in prison. You are sick in the head, and I am sick, but I will not be forever. The difference between you and I, Larry, I will heal, and I thank my good Lord every day for that. You have given me this so-called anxiety that I will let randomly strike in the middle of a shopping center or the mall, anywhere. If any sense is triggered, smell, sound, or touch. I take medication now for frequent attacks. I sometimes cannot stand my own boyfriend to touch me in the modest of places such as my arm or my leg. It hurts. It is painful. It's scarring. My body is scarred by you. You, Larry, have touched and massaged every part of my body. You covered me with your illness, and I will be contaminated by you for the rest of my life. I will never forget laying in your basement, naked and alone. Facing your small television with all the stuffed animals around, I kept my eyes tight, squeezed tight. This is where I found a new place in my own mind. Any place but this place. You would always prop up a pillow under my hips for a better angle of my lower half. You lit the fireplace as well to keep my bare bottom warm. How considerate of you. You were always worried about my butt, as another girl said. The cheerleader, that's his famous one. The butthead or something, I don't know. You liked that one. So you have done it, Larry. You have gone the extra mile. May your studies be fulfilled in the end for all this you've done. There's a reason for it somehow, right? You know better than any of us in this room the 12-year-old body better than anyone standing here. You have gotten me down, yes, but I will not stay down. I will rise higher than most, and I will fall. You will fall. You will fall, Larry, into your grave, and I will rise. That's all I have to say.
Ma'am, for someone who was afraid of public speaking, you get an A++.
You're looking at me like you know me.
Ma'am, you have risen. You are taller than you will ever be. Your words echo. That was such a wonderful speech. Your intonation, your comments. I should bring you to law school to help me teach lawyers how to speak like that. It blows me.
Just because I mean it.
Well, your world has not crashed. His is crashing. I will consider everything that you said as sentencing. That was a masterful, well thought out, well stated speech. You are stronger than you know, and you have healed far much longer, better than you think. You may have those episodes where you break down, but I want you to think about the strength you have here and pull yourself right up, because man, you got it. And you and your sister survivors together are going to keep getting stronger. Those were brave, brave words. I'm so thankful you uttered them here in front of me as I consider sentencing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Your Honor, the next survivor you will hear from is Lindsay Woolever, right? Did I get it? Okay. And she has also decided to be identified publicly. And who's accompanying her?
My sister.
Okay.
She flew in from California.
That's great. So your sister, if you want to stand next to her. All right. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, of course. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Lindsay, Landsay, Woolever, Woolever.
What would you like me to know?
I first of all just want to thank you for allowing me to come here. I was not going to be here. I get very nervous speaking in public, especially regarding this type of scenario. But I watched a family member and very close cousin of mine do very well on Tuesday, and she has inspired me to also share my story and join her in this fight to make sure we stop future sexual abuse.
Thank you. I think you're all inspiring each other. She may have inspired you, but I know that you are inspiring
She was
others.
amazing.
Thank you.
Now with that being said, I can go ahead and get started. I was a 14-year-old girl with lower back pain and big gymnastics dreams. I felt very lucky when my parents told me I was going to be able to see you, Larry. You were the best doctor for my sport, and I couldn't wait for you to make me feel better. You had agreed to see me at a gymnastics meet because several of my fellow gymnast members had been referred to you by my aunt and also my mother. My mom is a gymnastics coach and has been for 40 plus years. I remember the appointments that would follow at your office at MSU Sports Medicine. And I remember very much the first time and every time that you sexually assaulted me. I remember the time that my father was in the room, and I remember the times that I was alone in the back room at the gymnastics meets that you would graciously accept me to treat me. It sickens me to think back on how many times that you have sexually assaulted me, close members of my family, and so many of these strong women that are here and have been here all week. I was a child, and so were they. Most of us brand new teenagers that will never understand how someone could have ever done that. I'm a mother of two amazing, beautiful little girls. And my job is to protect them from people like you. When I was 18 years old, I had some trouble my freshman year of college with my back still acting up. I saw you from the time I was 14 until then. And at my last treatment, my sister and my father joined me, and we had decided that my back had had enough, and I was no longer going to undergo any treatment. I was going to give up my career as a gymnast. I can't tell you how hard that was, and I can't tell you how many times I went back in the gym just to work out and tumble with the girls. I was very thankful to have that option. But for part of my healing, I need to begin to forgive you. Mr. Nassar, I pray that you realize the lives that you have truly impacted in such a negative way. You are in the best position to help people, but at times you chose to do the exact opposite. Oddly enough, I will eventually find a way to forgive you. I just can't at this time. I will continue to work at this daily for myself to help myself heal. Thankfully, the sport of gymnastics has instilled quite the fighter in me. It is very ironic that the sport that I chose to give up due to my injury is a sport that has instilled this fighter in me to allow me to be here today. I thank you for admitting your wrongdoing so I could start to process truly what happened to me, to allow the healing process to begin. It truly sickens me that so many helped enable you to continue to abuse for so many years. But I applaud you for admitting your wrongdoing. Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for being here. You are a strong fighter. You are a strong voice. You are a strong mother. And your voice will help all other children to know this is wrong, to speak up, to tell somebody, and to keep talking, because it's a sad line that has run through here is that people didn't listen.
Yes.
You're going to be an adult, not only who listens, but who teaches your children and other children. Keep talking, listening, saying when something doesn't feel right, look right, act like right. And so you've got this huge network now, and you are a strong survivor and a role model for all those similarly situated in this horrible situation, and not just with this gymnastics, with this defendant, but for all those little girls who get assaulted. And we know there's thousands of them. So thank you so much for coming forward. I know it was reluctantly, but I think bravely and rightfully so.
Yeah.
You're fantastic.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I say a quick word, Your Honor?
You can talk as soon as you state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Tiffany Berra. It's Tiffany Berra, and I'm Lindsay's older sister. And I am a doctor of physical therapy, and I specialize in treating pelvic floor dysfunction. And I would just like to say, as a clinical specialist in treating pelvic disorders in women and men, I am appalled that you would try to pass what you were doing for what I do. Unlike you, I take my oath very seriously, and I use my techniques and skills to try to help women and give them tools to help themselves heal from any injuries and disorders that they may have going on. You used your powers to abuse little girls. And what you did, myofascial release, I do that every day in my practice. But I would never do something like that without proper patient education, proper consent, gloves if I need to do internal treatment. And as a healthcare provider, I'm ashamed that someone like you was able to get away with this for so long. As an older sister, that role of protection comes up to the surface, and I only wish that I had figured out sooner what had been going on and could have helped protect my sister from you. But I know that her healing will start today and will continue. But with that said, I want you to understand you changed the dynamics of our family for years. We went through a lot trying to figure out, what happened to this happy, fun-loving, humorous girl. And now we know. And she is so strong. And like she said, we thank you for admitting your wrongdoings. And from this day forward, I know she will be working on forgiveness, and we will as a family, so that we can start to heal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could have, would have, should have, doesn't have a place here. It is everybody's regret. The problem is when you have someone who is hiding it so well. You didn't know, and I know that with those supportive words and the love that I see here, you would have done something immediately, but you have to know something in order to act. And I also appreciate your words. They help not only women, but I think the medical field has taken a hit here. When you have hundreds of victims who say, I'm not going to be treated, that's sad, because people do need a safe place to be treated, and they do need treatment of all kinds, but not like this, not illegal treatment. And I will consider what you had to say, and I appreciate your words on behalf of your sister. You're so supportive and loving, but also on behalf of all of the survivors and the medical community, because I don't know what we're going to do if we can't trust people who are supposed to help us in crying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, the next survivor is Hannah Morrow. She is 17 years old, and she is accompanied by her mother, and I believe they are comfortable with being publicly identified, obviously, after discussing that with you.
All right, thank you. You're the mom?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Put your hand down. Could you state and spell your name for the record?
Kathleen Morrow, Kathleen, Morrow, Morrow.
And you are the mother of this wonderful woman?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's 17?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and she have discussed that she will be talking about something very personal and private in front of the world?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're comfortable with her doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you believe she's mature enough to handle it?
Yes, ma'am.
And no one has forced, threatened, or coerced you or promised you anything to allow her to speak?
No.
Is that correct? No one's paid you anything for her
No.
to speak? All right. Then you can be right there as her support person. I'm going to allow her to speak. Ma'am, please state and spell your name for the record, and then you may proceed.
My name is Hannah Morrow. It's HANNAHMORROW.
All right, thank you. You can just relax just like that and keep that nice loud voice up. We want to hear it. And just go at a pace that we can understand you, all right?
All right. Your Honor, I want to thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak and share today. I want to thank my family. They've been super supportive with me, and my boyfriend for loving me unconditionally and supporting me through a really tough time in my life. My coaches, my teammates, the freshmen that I teach in advisory who listened to my story yesterday, and my supportive teachers and everything. And I want to start off by reading a poem that I wrote during my junior year of high school, and I feel blessed that I get the opportunity to read this poem directly to the face of the person that inspired it, and that's you, Larry. This piece is called The Monster. He appeared to be a wise man, but he made despicable decisions, putting his reputation at risk, all for a revolting addiction. Fracturing childhoods of hundreds makes him deserve conviction. Because of him, I cannot be touched without a panic being driven. The monster could have had it all with his lovely wife and children. Doctor, father, husband. But now he's off to prison. I hope you enjoyed that, and I have found that writing is a brilliant way to cope with all of the vile things that you have done to me, Larry. I won't get into speaking exactly what these things are because you already know what you did to me. During the 4 to 5 years that you practiced on me, including when I was 11 years old. However, I would like to tell you that I have taken all of the pain and hurt that you have caused me, and I will turn it into good. I have contacted my principal and talked to some teachers about inserting sexual assault awareness into my school's curriculum somehow, so that I might be able to prevent a monster like you from destroying others. I will be out in the real world, thriving, empowering, and standing by others, while you rot in a prison cell the rest of your life. I don't know why God put me through this, but I assure you I will stand by the other survivors and use my trauma to help others. By the way, I don't need your sorry excuse for a treatment to succeed in gymnastics the way you made it seem like I did. I started out my season well this year. I am determined to finish it better than it started. And then I will drive myself towards a successful career in gymnastics at the college of my dreams. Life handed me lemons, and you best believe that I am well prepared to make some lemonade. You cannot break me, Larry. I am a survivor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. That was some sweet lemonade. You are amazing. I absolutely love that you have made suggestions already with your high school, because it starts with one school, just like it started with one voice, Rachel's voice, to get all of these voices here. You're a woman of action, of power, of change. You are not defeated. Don't ever feel that way. I believe we may very well see you at the Olympics. I'm going to watch. I don't watch sports, but I'm going to watch all of you. Okay, because I think that this is just tremendous in your feeling. You've empowered yourself. You've empowered so many other women to speak out. You're a survivor, a strong one. You're exemplary. And I will consider what you said in sentencing, and I appreciate your poem. You've just been published. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm bringing back to the podium a familiar face, but and I think everyone's happy to see her, most everybody. But the next survivor is Bailey Pickle, and she is comfortable with being publicly identified, and I have displayed her photograph at the age of the abuse, and she is accompanied by her friend and support person, Lindsay Lemke.
Thank you so much for being up here again, and thank you for being here. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Bailey Pickle, Bayle Pickel.
Better.
I'm sure.
Yes, you are. I know you have some big words. You might be short, but I know there's big words in there. What would you like me to know?
Sounds good. First off, thank you for having us all. Means a lot. I'd like to start off by saying, Larry, you say that your life has changed and that you're sorry for your actions. But what you're failing to realize is how your actions have affected us. You could sit there and ask for pity from everything you did, but nobody's going to sit there and give it to you. I hope hearing all the victims inside ruins you. You better sit up straight, listen to what I have to say, and act like you're somewhat remorse for your actions. It's hard to even know where to start. I can start with trust. I trusted you, Larry. I trusted you as an adult figure, a mentor, and someone who had good morals, especially someone coming from a medical background. I was taught that doctors help people, heal people, guide people, and are people that you can always trust. You ruined many things for me that I can never forgive you for. I trusted you with everything I told you, and you took it to advantage because of my age, and you used my body against me. A sorry could never fix the way that you've made me feel. The nights I've had such bad anxiety that I would have panic attacks, or the amount of times that I've been around men and felt like one of them was going to harm me. I shouldn't have to feel anxious around men because of one man's horrific choices. I can't even sit in a room with men and feel normal. I can't stand in an elevator with men and trust that one of them won't try and harm me. I shouldn't have to feel anxious around men because of you. I was brainwashed by the pictures you had in your office. You had pictures of athletes from all over, thanking you for being their doctor and healing them. Little did I know there was a picture. All those pictures were just as much of a joke as you are. I started frequently seeing you when I was 12 years old. 12 years old. We had built a relationship. My own mom had trusted you and had known you since she was a little girl. After knowing my own mother, being there during all of the hardships, and being around you since she was a little girl, I don't know how you could do something like that. How could you do something so horrible to an innocent young girl? You manipulated me into thinking you were a good guy and that I could vent to you and let you heal me. You spent hours with me at least 2 to 3 times weekly. You came to Twistars after my 2-a-day practices because you told me you were willing to do anything to help me not be in pain. Shame on John for not protecting us inside of our own gym, our home, and not giving us more supervision and checking on us to see what procedures and treatments you were actually giving us. Shame on John for still allowing us to see you outside of the gym when he even banned you from coming into our gym. You and John clearly had a reputation that didn't set boundaries, and he stood up for you. You saying sorry doesn't make up for everything you took away from me, my family, and all the other girls you assaulted. You have ruined a part of me that I'm afraid I'm never going to gain back. To John Getter, you were there for me through the bad and the good. But what you did to me is always going to outweigh all the good moments. On numerous occasions, you shouted terrible things at me, belittled me, hurt me, and ruined me as well. To the sport I once loved, I started to hate. When I tore my Achilles during a meet, you told me to stop being a fucking baby. You then proceeded to tell me to stop limping and to continue competing, no matter what the pain was. You then screamed at me and threw ice at me in front of all of the coaches. Another time when I broke my knee inside of the gym, tore my hamstring, broke my tibia and fibula all in the same time, you sat there and you screamed at me and you called me a baby. You told me to get up and walk when my knee was broken. Growing up without a father figure, you were the closest thing that I had. And you didn't even allow me to stand up for myself because you belittled me to the point where I had no voice. I hope you know all of the pain, abusive words, and your actions have hurt me and still manage to hurt me to this day. I still have never felt good enough because you make me feel weak and useless for so long. You allowed me to stay at your home every Monday night and Wednesday night so my mom didn't have to drive back after 8 o'clock practice at night all the way to Grand Rapids and back again in the morning at 7 a.m. for 2-a-day practices. My mom, being one of your friends who you also coached, trusted you to have my best interest at heart. But to this day, I still don't think you cared enough to have my best interest at heart. If you cared, you would have banned us from seeing Larry when you no longer allowed him to come inside of Twist Stars. If there were accusations against him that were that bad where you banned him from our own gym, you would have stopped us from seeing him outside of the gym. This to me makes it seem like you cared more about your reputation than you did to your own gymnast. To MSU, I was treated in your facilities where at times I was snuck in through the back doors of the athletic office because Larry did not want people to know that my insurance didn't cover. But in reality, maybe it was just off the record so that you could hurt me. You, as a recognized school in the Big Ten, have yet to make us victims feel okay. As for USAG, you are the foundation of gymnastics. You, out of everyone, are supposed to be protecting all of us victims. Let me just say this. I am the victim. I was sexually assaulted, and you have no right to play victim and run away from these problems. You are timid, and you need to face this reality. You failed to protect your athletes, and you need to take responsibility for what you have failed to do. From here on out, you will no longer interfere with my life, Larry. I will not let you take one more tear away from me. My thoughts go out to my friends and anyone else who was affected by your disgusting behavior. I will move forward one day, and I hope that day starts now. As for my mom, I hope she can stop blaming herself for a monster's mistake and start healing as well. You, Larry, have made my mom's life miserable too when she looked at you as a friend. Mom, I love you, and you are not the blame because of Larry's sick mind. But you and me will get together. We'll get through this together. I also have a post that I wanted to share just that my mom shared on Facebook last night. My daughter is not broken, but I feel as if I may be. Words cannot express the pain and hurt we suffer as parents for not being able to protect our most precious assets, our children. I spent the last 6 months trying to work through my own feelings of failure while I support my daughter face-to-face with her sexual abuse at the hands of someone who was a trusted friend. I first met Larry when I was 12 years old. Like everyone else, I thought he had my daughter's best interest at heart. While I never faced the horror these women suffered, I am forced to confront my own failure as a mom. But I refuse to stop trying to move forward. We will heal. We will seek and have our justice. Those who were in position to stop the abuse before Bailey was even born will face the consequences of their silence. My daughter is strong, and for her I am strong too. This is my final statement to all the mothers and fathers out there who feel like they could have stopped this. You are not responsible. I hope as well as myself and the other victims, you too can heal from this. We will stand together. My mom has put the blame on herself for this past year, and I want her to be able to heal as well. Not only do we support you, Mom, they support me. To all the moms, you did not fail us. Larry did. Larry, you will never sexually assault me again, or anyone else for that matter. Have fun in prison for the rest of your life, where you'll have no friends, your family won't be by you, and you'll be stuck behind bars for hopefully the rest of your life. John Gettert, MSU, and USAG, you are responsible for destroying the lives of innocent girls by the lack of your protection, so you now Think of this every waking moment of your life. Eventually, you will be held accountable for your actions, and they will be brought up against you.
That was outstanding for you and your mother. Would you like to place your mother's name on the record or not?
Sure.
What is it?
Jennifer, Jennifer. New last name, Swanlund, Swanlund.
Thank you. I think today you and your mother, through both of your voices and all the voices of the survivors, have moved forward. I hope you feel that way. I hope that you leave here with wings instead of the weights that you walked up to the podium with. You should be very proud for speaking up. Your strong voice is making changes. You found your voice. You have a voice. You didn't have a voice when you were a kid, but you have found it. And you weren't expected to have a voice as a child. People should have protected you. You should have been in a safe environment with a doctor. And your mother didn't know. I know she would have protected you like all the other mothers. The guilt lies solely with the defendant. Who's pled to it? You're not just good. You are great. You are fantastic. You are a role model. All of you are strong survivors, super women who are just going to turn the world around on this issue, one voice at a time. And banded together, you are unstoppable. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
We're going to take this.
At one point, Randall Margraves, the father of 3 victims, rushed toward Larry Nassar. His access to Nassar was blocked by court officers, and he was restrained. He was held in contempt but was not charged.
Judge, would a distraught father have a chance to say something?
Go ahead, sir.
You son of a...
No, we don't want to swear. We don't want to have profanity. I can't imagine the anger and the anxiety and the feeling of wanting retribution. And if you need to say something to help you, I'm more than willing to let you say something. But in a courtroom, we don't use profanity. But if you have some words that you would like to say, I would like to give you the opportunity to say them.
I would ask you to, as part of this sentencing, to grant me 5 minutes in a locked room with this demon.
Would
you do that?
That is not how
yes or no?
No, sir, I can't.
Would you give me
that.
1 minute?
You know that I can't do that. That's not how our legal system
Well, I'm going to have to get I want that son of a bitch behind your back. I don't. Give me 1 minute with that pastor. Yeah, go ahead. You're good. One minute.
Relax, sir.
Relax.
Take it easy, buddy.
Just relax. Okay, now we're going to kind of let up, okay? You have to let up too, okay? All right, sit up. Get on your side. Sit up.
Where is he? 1, 2, 3, up. What if this happened to you guys?
Not behave like that. No one can behave like this. I want to make sure it's crystal clear.
You haven't lived through it, lady.
You cannot behave like this. This is letting him have this power over us, okay? She will come out and tell you this. I don't want to see another parent get arrested or put handcuffs on or a victim. We cannot behave like this. I understand Mr. Margrave's frustration, but you cannot do this. This is not helping your children. This is not helping your community. This is not helping us. This is not helping the police department. Use your words, use your experiences to get him into change. Do not use physical violence.
Mark Graves gave a statement to the media regarding his outburst.
I want to make it real clear that I am no hero. My daughters are the heroes and all the victims and the survivors of this terrible atrocity. I'm going to read from a statement. You can use it, you can not use it, but after I do this statement, that's the last statements I'm making. I wrote this statement. This morning, I got up with full intention to go to work. I was going to stop by the courthouse for support. I knew my daughters were going to make an impact statement. I did not know the content in the impact statement. We went to the podium, Sherry, their mother, and myself, in support of the two daughters. When I had to hear what was said in those statements, and I have to look over at Larry Nassar shaking his head, that's when I lost control. I'm not advocating that everyone should do that. I feel very remorseful, very apologetic. I was embarrassed. I thank Judge Cunningham and all the court system for their leniency on me. This is cannot be a lawless society. I know that. I lost control, but I regained control later in a holding cell. When my children were little, they were taught to respect and obey and trust authority. That means the police and their parents and their teachers and their coaches and their doctors. They were taught to respect and obey and trust adults because adults would teach them the proper way to live their lives. And we see what happened there. When the girls were little, Sherry and myself worked hard to provide extra opportunities for our children. And they found these opportunities on the athletic fields. They all participated in sports camps and traveling teams, and they all played basketball and softball and volleyball, ran track, cross country, and gymnastics. And then the injuries started showing up. Almost immediately, this family's getting professional advice to see one of the top doctors in his field, Larry Nassar. And I should have felt privileged for paying the invoices because, after all, he was taking care of Michigan State University athletes as well as Olympians. I allowed myself to take this advice. I fell for the Michigan State hype. I was blinded to the fancy degrees hanging on an office wall. And I delivered, unintentionally, my 3 daughters to a demon who had his own twisted and sick agenda for his own demented desires. Now I have to live with the fact that I failed to protect my daughters. This is a strong family. We will get through it. Sometimes the relationships between my daughters have been strained, stressed, distant. I was always trying to figure that out. I was always frustrated and puzzled. Always tried to work as hard as I could to be a good father. And now I know what one of the reasons were, the main reason. The reason was Larry Nassar. Now I have to worry if my daughters can ever trust another man the rest of their life. The survivors and the victims are the most important now. And my daughters are a part of that. If it wasn't for all the brave girls and women that have come forward before now, I don't know if my family could have came forward now. So I appreciate and thank all the victims and the survivors for what they've done. I do not doubt for a minute all the people who have come forward. There was probably even more victims out there that have yet to come forward. And to them, I say I wish you well, and I hope you can find the inner strength to go down the path of recovery. Like I said, the victims and survivors are the most important, but I represent the parents and the grandparents and the family members and the friends and the community members and the coaches and the teachers, all who have cared and taught and loved all these kids, not just my kids, all those kids, the right way. I thank all of those for their support. I want to wrap this up. I will tell you that I believe in God Almighty. I believe in heaven and hell. And I can only hope when the day comes that Larry Nassar has ended his days on this earth, that he will be escorted to one of the deepest, darkest, hottest pits in hell there is for him and people like him. I hope there's a lot of pain attached to it, because he's certainly left a lot of pain here on this earth. That's all I have to say, and I want to thank everyone for coming out. Thank you.
There are several more victim impact statements from the Larry Nassar hearing available for viewing on YouTube. Larry Nassar was sentenced to a minimum of 40 years and a maximum of 175 years in prison for the sexual assault of minors. If he is released, which is unlikely to happen in his lifetime, he would be required to register as a Michigan sex offender. Of the known victims, there are 265. The number could be much higher, as many of his victims chose not to come forward. At the USP Tucson prison, Nassar was assaulted almost immediately after being released into the general population. He was eventually transferred to the United States Penitentiary, Coleman, in Florida, where he remains to this day. Thank you for listening to Human Monsters. Bye for now.